Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Wednesday, January the 19th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. I see one yes. Hill, how about another yes? Yes. Okay, great. All right, guys, what is happening this morning? This is one you might want to keep an eye on. YNDX. It's had a nice little gap up. And who's put this on? Morgan Stanley has put a very aggressive price target of $92 for Yandex, YNDX. Okay, so big gap up already, and Morgan Stanley's put a $92 price target. Doesn't mean it's ever going to get there, but that is obviously the reason for the little bit of flurry of excitement this morning for YNDX. Yeah, Fubo just popped into my gap ups. FUBO just popped in. And the classic, well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, it might hold, but it got up to 13. It's pulled back down to 1267. And as Zach said, Fubo TV integrates fan view into multi-feature view for Apple TV. There is your news for it. You guys have been talking about news. If you have Interactive Brokers, as far as I'm concerned, I mean, maybe it's not the split second, but my goodness, I think they've got pretty up-to-date news all the time, all day long. They gather from many different sources. Definitely, they've got a lot of stuff from Benzinga, but that is my opinion only. Somebody was talking about ZGNX. ZGNX is a buyout. So you can just tell buyouts, just flatlining, pre-market, you know it's a buyout. Also, take a look at Sony, guys. So I mentioned this one yesterday that, with this Microsoft Activision deal, there could be some pressure put on Sony. And William said no. If William's here. There he is. Anyway, but look what happened yesterday. But in all seriousness, 121 down to 115, now down to 111. Somebody said that. Somebody said they didn't think it would matter. Maybe it wasn't you, William. I thought it was you. But Sony, I mean, there's definitely pressure on Sony after that Microsoft deal with Activision yesterday. Sophie, SOFI, another one of these upgrades. Price target of 20 by Wedbush, SOFI. No action after hours. I think that was, let me just see if they actually released that after hours. They probably did. And it's holding. I mean, it's holding this price target of 20. Put on by Wedbush for SOFI. Here's one of the disasters du jour. YMTX, big gap down. FDA has put a partial hold on their clinical trial. That is YMTX. I guess you're right there too, Ori. Also becoming a bank. No, 20 price target, not 120 price target. Okay? And that was Sophie, SOFI. And as Ori pointed out, they do have news too about getting bank approval to become a national bank. Okay? And then also a $20 price target put on them by Wedbush. Yeah, I've never used DAS. I mean, I get it, guys. And I guess if you're trying to be this massive high frequency style trader, I have never had an issue just using good old standard IB platform for almost 6 years now. IONQ. is gapping up on a deal with Hyundai. Vine, didn't see any specific news on Vine. Is it still holding its gap? Not really. Yeah, I got up to 817. So this is when I saw it. So I had the pop after hours yesterday. I don't see any specific news for it, but it had a pop after hours for it. Yeah, SBEV, I'm just going to get to SBEV. SBEV. So they've been making news, getting into, was it Costco or Walmart's, and now Ralph's. I don't think we have a Ralph's in Canada, but 187 Ralph stores. So they've been making news, about their trying to get into all these grocery stores. Relatively low float, 22 million in the float. So the good news, if you're looking at it, it's taken out the 2-day ago high. That would have been Friday's high, 435. Or it's at the Friday's high. There's another one, little one, Frey, F-R-E-Y, F-R-E-Y. This is an EV play. Something to do with Honeywell collaboration. And Bank of America sort of bucked the trend of the banks being hit hard on earnings. So we had Goldman Sachs, we had JP Morgan, we had Morgan Stanley all getting kind of trashed. Bank of America has turned the tide, perhaps. Yeah, UL, I was just going to get to UL. Obviously having a nice little comeback day. This was a great short all day long. You can just kind of see if it can take out that 50. It got trashed because they initiated an unsolicited bid for part of GSK's business, and shareholders, market didn't like it. It's that simple. Market did not like it, but having a nice little rebound so far. Is that what it is? American Kitchen and Sushi Bar? Okay. How recent is that, Empower? And of course, we still have DWAC. DWAC is still hanging over 90, I believe. Probably all eyes on this one to see if it can take out 100. Oh, Yandex, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. Yandex, YNDX was not 200. It was 92 price target. Yeah, I don't see that Vine news at all in my IB headline news. Doesn't mean it's not there, of course, but I don't see it. Well, okay, I guess if you're right. I guess I have to go down into here. Why stocks are moving. Is Vine here? There we are. Okay, it wasn't a separate headline, that's all. But thank you for that. And on the downside, we have Open. Open is an all-time low now. Open's an all-time low. And they have been downgraded by Bank of America with a price target of $8. Yeah, it was Yandex, yeah. YNDX. YNDX. All right, let me go to my email and check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from the brokers. They're a little slow this morning. Normally I get it like clockwork at 9:10, but I don't see it here yet. Boiler, by the way, you posted that in the tech support. Maybe post that in the off topic. I don't have anything specific. I mean, it's not that difficult though. I mean, you can take a look at, for instance, it'd be a top list. Let me just see if I can grab something. Biggest winners. So biggest winners, so a top list. And you just have to add, just add some of the... Yeah, but I don't really have anything specific to that. But biggest winners, so these are stocks that are, a large gap up. And then a 25% pullback. Well, you can also, you can do the position in days range. Okay, I don't have anything like that specifically, Boiler. But I would use, you want to use the gap up. And we have the gap up filter. You could put whatever gap you consider big. Number one. So that's the gap. You're not talking about what it is now. You're talking about literally a gap. And then you can use the position in range, days range, to be, between, 65 and 75. So that's about a 25 to 35% pullback. And then flagging, I don't know about a flagging, but I mean, you're looking at a 5-minute percent change over 5 minutes. Put it very tight, say a max of, say, 1%, and just see what happens. I have no idea what sort of alerts. These will not be alerts. It'll be a top list to showing you stocks that meet those criteria. There we go. There's briefing.com. Okay, how many? Yeah, we got a few. More upgrades and downgrades this morning, kind of like yesterday. And look at Unilever has been upgraded. So let me get these in. All right. Now I see Rocket has been upgraded, but the upgrades are only like $14 to $15. So, I mean, it's a $13 stock right now. So, not too interested in that one, and that is RKT. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get some of the downgrades in now. Again, I'm not seeing any multiple downgrades or upgrades. By that I mean the same stock being upgraded or downgraded by multiple firms. I see KeyBank is downgrading some of the builders, Len, KBH, and well, IBP. I don't know, install building products. I don't know exactly what they do, but it sounds, obviously in that sector. Cisco being downgraded by Goldman. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades. There was no multiple. What I was saying is RKT. No, I didn't say, I don't think I said Cisco was downgraded. No, Cisco was just downgraded by Goldman. I mean, there may be other, I'm just looking at a list that I get. Okay, I mean, Cisco may have been downgraded by other firms, but in the list that I have, it's just Goldman. And RKT did have two upgrades, but again, JP Morgan and somebody else. The thing is, JP Morgan, I mean, they upgraded them to 15. So big deal. It's at 13.60 now. Okay. And somebody else, I think they upgraded them to 14. So I mean, contrast this. Here's JP Morgan upgraded Rocket to 15. Contrast that to what would get you more excited? Morgan Stanley maintaining YNDX coverage with a target of 92. So again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. Nobody knows what's really going to happen, but obviously it's caused this little bit of excitement for this morning, YNDX. Now we're in for a mildly positive open after yesterday's carnage. The SPY had that little recovery. Now I wasn't watching the market really after 3 o'clock, but yeah, the SPY, oh, look at this, I didn't notice that. So yeah, I was watching this. The SPY had that little bit of recovery up until 3 o'clock. And then, I kind of shut the room down. And look what happened after that. So that recovery did not really last, did it? All right, let's take a look at the sectors, see what's happening. I'm going to click from our toolbar, click on New, and then Dock Channel Bar, and then the sector status. Where are you? Sector status. And let's see if energy is still, yeah. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So for instance, here's XLE, the major energy ETF. Here are the stocks that make it up. And 100% of them are up from yesterday's close. Doesn't mean they're up huge or anything, but 100% of them are up from yesterday's close. So again, energy is still in play. Technology, 75% of them are up. 83% financial. Go down the list. Utilities, never mind that one. Healthcare is about 50-50. And of course, this can all change in a heartbeat. So I usually look at this about 2 or 3 times a day. Yeah, we'll maybe check it in about an hour from now and see what's happening. No, it doesn't. You're asking, does the AI have a... It doesn't look at news at all, no. Typically, I mean, you get news, I mean, that stock's moving, and that's when you know, even if you don't know why a stock is moving exactly, I mean, it can be some news that's either hidden somewhere or just, you know, trading rooms are getting a hold of it. Especially these moves that you see that, you know, you can't make sense of. By that I mean you can't find any news at all, but the stock is moving like heck. You guys have been talking about this VVOS. Yeah. So it came right back down. And that says 18 times increase in sleep apnea. Okay, that doesn't affect me. Testing by Vivos dentists. Okay, interesting. Well, Eric, are you talking about the Microsoft Activision deal? So this has been typical, though. This is, I mean, so Bank of America is actually saying, going against the tide here, but here's USB, another earnings play, bank, not doing well. I mean, look at this coming right into the 200-day moving average. So the banks have really led this market down. Not let this market, led this market down, I should say. Yeah, I saw BKKT this morning. Showing it somewhere, one of my scans. There it is, it's up 10%. So let's see, so there is news. Partnership, I don't know who Nexo is. No, so it's a Bitcoin deal, okay. So Eric, what deal were you talking about? Were you talking about the Microsoft Activision deal? Or are you talking about some other deal that the regulators probably would not approve? Oh, UL. Okay, thank you. Because I haven't heard anything about that. The Microsoft Activision. I mean, it's going to be under scrutiny, of course, but I'd not heard that they probably wouldn't approve it. So now, I'm just looking at a little headline here. Amazon, Sony most likely to do a video deal in the wake of recent the Microsoft deal. The articles I'm reading, Microsoft wants to become the Netflix of gaming, so we'll see. But Sony, there's definitely pressure on Sony. SBEV, nice volume coming into SBEV. SBEV, nice volume coming into it. You can see right there, volume is increasing. Let's take a look left, and the next high looking left is pretty impressive. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 645. So you've got that. Of course, I'm not saying it's going to get there. Of course, the Super Bowl is at the Sophie Stadium this year, isn't it? So they'll get a lot of press there also. All right, guys, just getting a little bit prepared for this open. What's Fubo doing right now? FUBO, what are you doing? So popped up to 13, a little bit of a pullback. They had some news. There's a big candle for AMC. AMC. Big candle right here. It was a low yesterday. Low was 1780. All right, this is just popping in here, guys. CCXI. CCXI just popping in, not a ton of volume. Announces EU approval of their drug. Okay, so that just happened. I mean, the news, I can see the news happen at 8:30. At least that's where I'm seeing the news. So this is CCXI. And the next high looking left on the daily is around 33.62. With this veil, I mean, it's a huge float, 4.3 billion in the float, but look at the room veil's got. I mean, it had 2 good months after being slammed. Minute to the open, or 30 seconds, yes. All right, everybody, let's have a great trading day. The markets are going to open in about 10 seconds, less than 10 seconds. Let's have a great trading day. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. And we're now open. Well, when you say high volatility, I mean, our relative volume filter is pretty, that's showing stocks that are certainly in play. Linda. And as far as the VIX spiking, that I don't know. All right, so what is the market doing to start? Modest open, you know, Dow and Nas is up, SPY is up modestly. And we have a wee sell-off for the DWAC. Morning, Ija. Okay, boy, guys, take that Super Bowl, all that Super Bowl talk off topic, okay? Please, off topic. I would love to talk. Wow, that's a big drop now for DWAC. So, yeah, so please take any Super Bowl talk or anything that is not stock related to off topic. Thank you. Well, Unilever, guys, UL, rejected at 50. Was rejected at 50. So far. Whoa, look at Lucid, guys. Lucid, big move here. Look at this volume that came into Lucid, LCID. Big volume that just came into Lucid. And AMC, yeah, look at AMC. And GME. They're not dead yet, but look, yeah, AMC. Big volume came in, big pop. Have my doubts, but hey, let's see what happens. Open continues down, guys. Open continues down, getting nearer and nearer to that $8 price target. Well, I didn't even know it showed up here. Open with that $8 price target. I typically don't like to take the trades so early, though. You know, you take trades early. You know, if you don't take trades early, yes, you'll miss the ones that just keep running. I get it, but I've been doing this long enough to see so many times. You know, you take a trade in that first 15 minutes, it goes up and down, up and down. I'm not saying that after 15 minutes everything is settled down, but certainly a lot better. One moment, please. All right, Vail, guys, Vail. I mean, look at the gap, potential gap fill for Vail. A lot of volume came in. It's a big float, 4.3 billion in the float. So it will take a bunch to move this, but it is up almost 5%, 4.5%. How's FCX doing? FCX had a big day yesterday. Not doing too much yet. Let's do whatever works for you. There's no right or wrong. Whatever works for you. All right, let's take a look at opening candle for the SPY. So it's sort of narrow so far, narrow red bar. IMT, yes, IMTE halted on the way up. So this one from yesterday, this was this little sneaky IPO. Didn't even know about it. $4 IPO, $5 IPO. Very few shares issued. Just got halted on the way down. All right, let's take a look at INTE. There's the halt. This is from Interactive Brokers, guys. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. What a run it's had. Wow. INTE, so there's the halt, 1095. No real clue where it's going to open. You know, 1101, 1101. No real clue other than the fact that it should open higher. All right, so this one, CRDF, is there any news on this one? Yeah, I actually saw this. It says gains on positive regulatory development, and there was, I guess this was after hours, but again, you know, just getting hammered down, CRDF. SBEV, is it still over 5? No. Yeah, you know, let me know when it's over 5 again. Stick an alert here. I mean, there's no doubt they've been creating a lot of news ever since this day here, about getting into various grocery chains. Well, the apes got a hold of maybe AMC and GameStop again for a while. AMC, nice little pop here. GameStop, the same sort of thing. GME. For a while. Now we have another halt here. VAX, VAXX. I don't think wow, look at this one. If this can ever get rolling. VAXX. Ooh, this is going to be a big open probably. VAXX. 37 million in the float, not high, not low. So this is what I'm talking about. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean this is where it's going to open, but you can see there's the halt at 889 projection right now, but you can see how this flips around. This is not, you know, set in stone or anything, but this looks like it's going to have a big open. And typically these are 5-minute halts, so we'll have to see if that opens in 5 minutes. XPEV on the way down. XPEV on the way down. Wow, XPEV is really slumping here. Again, it's early. All right. So what? Okay. So I'm seeing NKLA, XPEV. How's LI doing? I thought LI was actually up. Yeah, so I saw this one had a pop up actually earlier. And I bet you any money that NIO is down. So the EVs, yeah, the EVs are getting hit. Whoa, man, look at DWAC now, guys. A lot of profit taking right now for the DWAC. Now Lucid's going against the grain here. EV play, of course. Lucid, the other ones are moving down, but Lucid, LCID, moving up. Yeah, it's funny, you talk about the lockup is over, and everybody just, of course, immediately thinks, well, I think what the Saudi lockup is over, right? That they're just going to dump hundreds of millions of shares on the market. And, it never seems to work out that way. I'm not talking about this one specifically, but boy, DWAC is just getting thumped here, guys. I don't think there's any news on it specifically, but the only thing I saw that I read, now, didn't they come out maybe on this day or this day and have a fixed day for the launch? Like February, I'll make up something, February 20th. And what I read this morning, though, is that now it's like first quarter. So a little more vague. Am I correct? That before, wasn't there a specific day? And then okay, so I am correct on that. And then I know I read this morning that it just said first quarter, sometime in the first quarter, which again, obviously not as firm as a specific date. Yeah, I think you're right, February 21st. So I don't know if that is maybe some of the, yeah, that's a big sell-off. All right, we're almost the first 15 minutes in the book. Yeah, market doesn't like that, You come out with a very specific day and then you don't follow up. It was a 22nd? Okay. So you can just see the ancillary stocks, CFVI and FUN, PHUN, being affected. Nice short for you, Zach, on the XPEV. Boy, the EVs are getting hammered here. Not just the car, but I mean, look at Plug on the way down also. What's happening with Blink? I mean, Blink had a great day yesterday in the face of the market, and even Blink is getting hit here. Had a very decent press release with their charging stations being approved all over Canada and the United States for GM. Boy, look at DWAC. I mean, guys, this is just getting really hit here. Boy, look at NKLA, guys. This is probably going to show up here. No, it won't. The relative volume's too low. Basically an all-time low now for NKLA. NKLA. But that's his charitable. Wasn't that his charity, Zach, and all that? But I mean, I hear you. I do hear you. I mean, theory, not specifically for DWAC, but of course, yeah. I mean, he's the face of it. So some of the silver plays are I see PAAS. I saw AG before. Oh, well, maybe just because you mean because you clicked on it or something. I wouldn't read too much into it, Nancy. I'm not sure what scan you're looking at exactly. Okay, guys, Unilever now. Unilever has come back. You know, this could be really interesting on a 50 break. I'm going to stick an alert up here around 50, just over 50. You'd have to actually show me also, Nancy. I don't know if you're talking up gappers from our channel bar. All right, guys, NKLA. I'm a little short of this one. Let's see what happens here. I don't plan to overstay my welcome on it, but boy, look, I mean, these EVs are just getting clobbered today. Pulling the plug on all of them. Ha ha. Look at plug though. I mean, my goodness. I mean, this is not, I mean, look underneath here, the monthly chart. The next low looking left is 1847, I believe. All right, well, okay, guys, SPY's holding here at least. Another high flyer, MTTR. Oh, man, plug, plug, plug. Keeping an eye on that UL for a nice big 50 break, 5-0 break for the UL. Okay, so I saw VAX opened, was it halted at 889? Actually, so it didn't really open anything dramatically. So we've got precious metals are gold and silver, guys. Precious metals are on the move here. Yeah, this is just, remember, this is a buyout, so don't get too excited about this thing. This is ZJNX. Good for you, Jay. I think you are, for whatever reason, no, good for you on the Casper. CSPR, good for you. I remember, I think you told me it was around 480 you're in, 470, 480 as a swing. Moment here. All right, guys, so MTTR showed up here, also 1237. So it's not quite an all-time low, only 6% above the all-time low. Might have some support, well, where? All right, so this obviously was another symbol before. Maybe this, I think this was a SPAC. Of course, I know it was a SPAC. Turned into MTTR. So it looks like it's 6% above an all-time low. Of course, when you look at a monthly chart, it looks like it just started trading here. That's correct, but it also takes into account what it was trading as a SPAC before. But I mean, this is getting beaten up also. Ooh, okay, this one got halted on the way up. I only bring it to your attention because if you got the halts resumes, you know this is being halted. It just resumed, I shouldn't say that, it just resumed. TKLF. I'm hoping one of those really cheap ones opens today. We looked at the IPOs today and there's some real cheap ones, very few shares, highly, highly risky, but you never know. The problem is there was no specific date, it just said the week of. This week, so there was no specific date. Well, I said before, guys, gold and silver on the run here. I mean, this is a company with the silver symbol, AG, but also gold. Again, it's Barrick. So there's actually news. There's actually news for Barrick. Q4 gold production jumps 10%. So there was actually some specific news for Barrick. And LST, don't know. I guess it. I'm assuming you're going to tell me that it isn't. You know, guys, I said this yesterday. I got to pay way more attention to my watch list. I mean, I create this. Things are kind of fast and furious for me, but I create it for you. But look at this BTCS alert at 675. You can see there's the arrow. That's just all it's telling you is the depending on the time frame you're looking at, the candle in which the alert happened. That's all it is. It's not saying buy, buy, buy or anything like that. So there's on the 2-minute chart, on the 5-minute chart. 15 hasn't closed yet. But the alert was at 675 and it got up. I mean, it tacked on $1 before it pulled back. These can be very, very fast. This was a short opportunity, perhaps. Come on, Nicola, NKLA. I'm in around 888 on that short. Yeah, man, I didn't take the CRDF. Might be time, might still be time. All right, this is giving me way more than I thought. I was thinking that it might just stall for a bit with that float, but not yet. NKLA, all-time low. Again, it will not show up here because the relative volume is only 3. I need 8 in here, but doesn't mean I can't take a trade, of course. Yeah, so I know Zach posted that or somebody posted that in the pre-market regarding Peloton. So, in the perverse way, laying off bunches of people, saving money, and then, stock goes up. Okay, well, most of the things I'm looking at are going down, but the market's still high, moving higher a little bit. All right, guys, I just covered some of the NKLA. I was wondering if we could, what it would do around 850. I got close there. So I've covered some of my NKLA. All right, guys, sorry about that. I'm just internal conversation. Brazil. So we saw Vale earlier, VALE. We saw that one. So the Brazilian company or country ETF is on the run here. It's just all of the EV plays. I don't think there's any. Well, there might be some something affecting the EV plays en masse, but I don't think there's anything specific to Ford. I may be wrong, but look at all the EV plays. I mean, again, I may be wrong. I don't think there's anything specific though, but just look at plug. I mean, look at all the EV plays. I think they all kind of look the same. Oh, guys, I mean, gold and silver. Gold and silver. I mentioned this right off the bat. I didn't take these, but, gold and silver. AJ and gold. Aha, Labu, LABU on the way up today, not on the way down. So this could be interesting. ETF or one of the ETFs for the bios. Yeah, I think PAAS was also up this morning, another silver play. Yeah, so silver and gold, guys. So Barrick Gold had specific news for it, and I don't know if he's just dragging all the precious metals up with it. I really don't know, but I mean, gold did have some specific. Barrick had some specific news for it. I mean, look at this break here now. Big float, 1.77 billion in the float. Okay, give me one moment, please. All right, now I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. So Unilever, well, I guess it's not, it's really struggling to get through 50. UL. Okay, so if you've got the AI, you know that, well, interesting, it's trying to take the PBR on a pullback, but a Brazilian stock. So The Brazilian stocks are kind of hot today. There's the country ETF. I don't know what's going on in Brazil exactly, but there is certainly a pop for the Brazilian stocks. Yeah, I'm all out of my NKLA. I might look at it later. I'm all out of it. Did okay, nothing fantastic. It's a big float. All right, guys, I'm actually looking at one of the AI alerts. Sort of out of the price range I normally look at, but all right, guys. All right, Vale again. Vale just making another new high here. Well, so far so good for your going long on the DWAC. I hope it holds 80 for you. Man, oh man. I mean, yeah, gold and silver, the plays today. Look at this. I mean, here's another gold, silver play through the 200-day moving average, SILV. Well, I guess I'm just gonna have to keep repeating it. Gold and silver, AG and gold, and Zach put in the one of the ETFs for gold. The miners, nugget. Look at this. Probably coming into some resistance around that 50 mark. Yeah, VVOS just showed up on my option scanner. Nothing happened yesterday in that scanner. I don't like it. I mean, yeah, the 250, it just looks like, to me anyway, too much resistance Even if it gets through that 250 up in this area. I wish all this weren't here. Well, I mean, if it's a gold play. Hekla's a gold play, so you know, as long as, or sorry, is it a gold or silver? Gold play. So, I mean, my thoughts. I mean, gold and silver are hot today. Whether they remain hot tomorrow, or if they stop right now, I don't know. But obviously, gold and silver, any gold and silver play appears to be very hot today. Not appears, it is, or they are. And again, I mean, I've said this before, I mean, Barrick has news, specific news for it. All right, so I don't think the other ones, I don't think anyway, I don't think they have specific news. So I don't know if it's just Barrick is tugging them all on, or just looking to see if there's any other news. I'm in neither of these guys, gold nor AG. I mean, the gold probably looks, well, if it pulls back a little bit or so, because it does have some specific news for today. There's another one. I mean, yeah, there's all these gold plays. Kinross. Well, guys, we've gone, well, I opened the room mic-wise around 9 o'clock. We've gone 1 hour and 15 minutes without talking about BBIG. And it's just sort of hanging around that 5 mark now. Big move after hours, but could not hold it. Well, it used to be, Terry. I wouldn't say it's been like that. I mean, that used to always precious metals when market's tanking and but maybe that theory is catching up again. I don't know. Of course, the market's not tanking today. Just looking at some of these, wow, look at BEK, had the big pop, big drop. Almost time for the spiel. Another gold play, guys. I mean, yeah, another one. A lot of Canadian miners, of course. Canada's got tons and tons of gold, well, precious metal companies, mining companies. Ah, look at PL. Is PL going to make a move today? Again, this is one with the big Goldman upgrade, I guess last week to what, $11, $12, something like that. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I am back. Boy, I mean, this AG, next high is looking left, 1173. I mean, that's amazing. Big float, probably, yeah. $250 million in the float. Excuse me, sorry about that. How's Sony doing? Yeah, a little bit of a rally here. They got to do something. Counteract this Microsoft Activision potential juggernaut. All right, guys, for me, there's a little lull in the act. Whoa, the market is starting to move down, though. So the Dow has just gone negative. Little disconnect right now, how long that remains. So Dow's a little bit down. NAS is still up. SPY is still up. But we've got two red candles now. So looking a little more ominous. All right, well, if you are new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. Start off with my home page. All right, put my homepage link in the main room. The tab is here all the time. You can see my, hopefully you can see my tab right there. You click on that and there's that link I just popped in, okay? All right, you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans. Here's a promo code you can use, Barry, for Alpha 15, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly for premium and standard, 2268 a year minus the 15%. Standard is 1068 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI. I'll go over that in a little bit. A couple of nice ones already I can see. You don't have to go annual. You want to go monthly? That's fine. 118, 228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But at any time, if you want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual, we'll honor the 15%. 3 free sections. Trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, and all the education that we have is right here. Look at VAX, guys, VAXX. Wow, that's the one that got halted earlier. Didn't really have a massive pop, but it's, what time is it, 10:22? Yeah, so this is current. This is a new high. Look at VAX, VAXX, guys. So, in the education section, we have a comprehensive user guide. If you're new to trade ideas, I would take the lessons first, okay, before you do anything else. It goes over what is a top list, creating top lists, alert windows, creating them, etc. Daily support sessions. Today is Wednesday, so in our YouTube room, I take a break at noon. One of the other traders takes over. Today should be Steve Gomez in our YouTube room. Before I do take, wow, look at VAX, guys. Multitasking here, guys. Keeping an eye on VAX and describing what trade ideas is all about. So again, the daily support sessions between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room when I do take my break. Also between 3:30 and 4:30 with Chris Farley, Monday to Friday. And daily webinars. We do have the webinar today, the Q&A with Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. I help out on that one. You can sign up for them all right here. And then back to basics. If you're new to trading, really take a look at this. What is a stock? Starts off with what is a stock? So if you're new to trading, this is a nice little video series that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. All free. Obviously, no. If you want my scans, though, you have to be a subscriber. Here are the scans that I'm sharing. Okay. The gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. So a lot of information, whoops, a lot of information. These 2 sections, so my recommendation, save my link and then you can look at them at any time you want. Let's take a look at that VAX now. And VAX is halted again, yes. VAXX halted again. Now, you know, the last time it was halted, it looked like it was going to have a very robust open. It didn't really, but look at this. I mean, again, this doesn't absolutely 100% mean it's going to open at 10:15, but this is giving a bit of a clue of what might happen once it opens. All right, what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. Now, I've already shown you the scans that I'm sharing, but of course, if you want to build your own scans, you can. So this is an example. Because Terry, I do a lot of different things, okay? So my job as a moderator in the room is to point out some ideas. I can't take them all. I don't have the intense focus that would be required because I'm explaining things, I'm answering questions, etc. Okay? So here's an example of a scan. Configure. So you always start off, if you want to build your own scans, you always start off with some filters. So in this particular scan, it's looking for stocks between $2 and $35. current volume's at least 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal, etc. These values and the filters that I'm using, that's not the important thing. All I'm trying to show you though is the concept. You always start off with some filters and then you have some kind of a trigger. And so if these filter requirements are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks here. Okay, that's this. So that's an example of a scan. The good news, you don't have to learn a programming language. What we've done is we've created what we feel are enough alerts. These are the alerts, and these are the filters. We feel we've created enough alerts and filters that for the vast majority of our thousands of customers with all the different types of trading styles there are out there, you can combine them to give them the type of scan you're looking for. Now, please listen carefully. You don't have to learn them all. And we get this all the time. Your program is too difficult. Look at all the alerts and filters you have. Well, you don't have to learn them all. Okay? Just give me a moment, please. So, I've gone over some of the scans that I'm sharing, and I've shown you that you, of course, can create your own scans if you want to. And then we have another big resource up here. If I click on New from our toolbar and then click on Dock Channel Bar, you will see all these channels that we have, all right? They're all theme-based channels. Scans are in these channels. So if there was something that you liked, here's the VAX. Wow, look at that, 1057 it opened at. And then it came right back down. So that's why you got to be really careful. What's the float in this one? Yeah, 37 million. It's not crazy low, certainly not high. But if you like this scan as an example, you could always save it to the cloud. You can make an adjustment to it if you wanted to. An adjustment meaning, maybe you didn't like this price range. You wanted some different price range. Maybe you wanted a different minimum volume, etc. But if you just like it the way it is, you can save it to the cloud. And also with my scans, of course, you can make adjustments if you want to. Again, you may not like the price range I'm looking at. So the whole idea, though, is you go through the different channels and you can start extracting different scans that we've created. You extract them, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one by one, thereby creating your own layout without actually knowing how to create a scan in the first place. So, that would be my recommendation when you're starting out. A lot of people don't want to create their own scans ever. That's why we create a lot for you. Or you just want to start getting used to using trade ideas before you create your own scans. So that's why we've got a lot of scans here that you can take a look at. So the SPY just went negative, a little bit negative, I think. Well, okay, neutral. Whoa, look at GME after that little pop. I think I have an alert set for 100. I'll just be right down here also. Just fascinated if it takes out 100. Oops. Let's see if it puts an end to it. Yeah, you see, I should be, I wanted to take this one. I just don't have the focus that you guys can have. This is the one I was talking about earlier on the ADS. I don't typically look at anything over $20 in the AI, but I did like this one, and I just, get sidetracked. But this is turning into a really nice little short here, ADS. Let me talk about the AI. If you have our premium service, this is how I would watch the AI. Click on New from our toolbar, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. All right. When you do that, this is the window that you'll see. Now, how you trade them will be up to you. I mean, a couple of really nice ones so far. The Playboy, PLBY, and the ADS shorts. Okay, but how you trade them will be up to you. You just wait for the alerts to happen. You have an entry. You don't have to get in right at the penny. You have a stop. But again, how you trade them will be up to you. Okay, now let's take a look at this window here quickly called Brokerage Plus. While gold and silver continue to make new highs. Here's another ETF for the gold sector, GDXJ. These are the junior miners. What a run today for gold and silver. I tried to get an AMC short. They just wouldn't give it to me. Don't know why they wouldn't give it to me. I was sitting at that bid for a while. It's not down more than 10%. I sat at that bid for a while. They just wouldn't give it to me. And there's plenty of shorts available at IB. Don't know why they didn't give it to me. Shoot. The dip scan, are you talking about the bounce play or the one that topping out? You talking about a bounce play or the one that are topping out and you short? Which one? Well, I'll put them both in. And these have been revised a little bit. For me, I mean, just probably a different price range, but there's the bounce plays. Okay. First one is the bounce plays. Because it was down 10% yesterday. Yeah, but it was down 10% yesterday. You're right. You're right. That's the reason. And then topping. Sugar. Yeah, I could not get that one. So I mean, look guys, I mean the AIs, and this is when I wanted the ADS, but I got distracted and I just tried to get the AMC short. You just would not fill it for me. And again, because of the uptick rule from yesterday, yes, stock was not positive, so that 10% uptick rule, I sat there for about 20 seconds at the bid and it did not move and they just wouldn't fill me. Oh well. So I just did. I just shared them in the stocks only. Or yeah, go to the stocks only. You'll see the two links. Okay. So can you find them here? Okay, please go to the stocks only, and here are the two links. Okay, two links right here for Zach scans. Well, blink, guys. I mean, this was the wonderful one yesterday, right? Blink. All the good news. Boy, the EVs are just getting hit today. EV sector is just getting hit today. Now, this is killing me on the AMC. Killing me. So there you go, Terry. I was going to take the, from the AI, I was going to take the AMC. You heard me? I just couldn't get it because of that stupid uptick rule from yesterday. Yes, William, I know I can buy puts. How's Playboy looking? There's your KBH from yesterday, Zach. I know you were in this one for a long part of yesterday. KBH. I saw KBH had a downgrade with Lennar and probably some of the other home builders. Blink, blink, blink. BLNK on the way down now. The low yesterday was 22.82. Yeah, I don't know about that one for a rebound yet. Man, that DWEC, it looked interesting when it took out 80 up here. It looked interesting, but this is not, I mean, the only thing you can say about it is you have these bottoming tails. So the bottoming tails, sellers are trying, buyers are, they're trying like mad to keep it up, but I don't know. This doesn't look good to me. ADSE opened. ADSE, another one that was halted, just got opened. All right, so I got distracted when I was going to talk a little bit about Brokerage Plus. All right, so I put a link in called Brokerage Plus. There were two videos there. The short video shows you if you have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? You have to be using our downloadable application, not available if you're using our web-based version. Okay, but again, listen really carefully. If you don't have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, don't think you can't use trade ideas. It just means that this option is not available. Okay, that's all it means. It's a feature, it's an option. Even if you have IB or E-Trade, you don't have to use it. Okay, remember, we're a scanner first. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. You just, if you know, other than IB or E-Trade though, you just wouldn't be able to use this feature that we've got. That's all it means. The second video, a lot longer, goes into more detail about how you can use this. And also, how I like to really demonstrate its power though, for a lot of people, especially new to trading, or even if you want to just test out a strategy that you've got, you can use our simulator, our paper trader. It uses our real-time data, okay? So it doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. You know, if you're still mulling it over about which broker to hook up with, well, you can use but you want to practice trading, you can do so. You need our standard subscription, and then you can practice trading. Notice when I click on an alert, the symbol shows up. Let's take a trade just to show you how it's done. Boy, look at silver now. I mean, this, again, 1170. I mean, it's got a shot. There is the next big resistance level. A couple of days right there. But, you know, you can't, I mean, you're chasing it now, obviously. Just what a move today. All right, I just want to show you. And again, you know, you get into some of these things, you cannot leave your computer. I know I say that, I nag at you, but don't leave your computer. I mean, this is not a crazy low flow, 37 million. I'm talking about the V8XX. But you just cannot leave your computer, okay? Wander downstairs, get a cup of coffee, come back. Because this is the sort of thing that can happen for these crazy ones that come out of, just shoot out of nowhere. All right, we have another, okay, this just opened, I guess. I guess this is an IPO. Priced at $10. Okay, I think, okay, so this just opened, NSTS. I don't think I had it on my IPO. I did obviously not have it on my IPO list. I don't know if this is a SPAC. Bancor shares open at, no, the IPO, I guess it wasn't a SPAC. It was priced at $10. I don't know how many shares were issued. QuantumScape, QS, on the way down, lifetime low, will not show up here, in here, because relative volume is not high enough, but QS now a lifetime low. I mean, guys, I mean, it's not that long ago, December, well, I guess it is that long ago, December 2020, $134 stock. Thank you, Thomas. 5.2 million. Funny, it was not on the IPO list yesterday in my IPO list. So with that number of shares and priced at $10, craziness can ensue. Okay, this is not a recommendation to buy this thing. But, you know, this is the, I'm just looking right now, it's not really trading that much. Oh, I have no idea, Andy. You're asking me if my thoughts could be 4 or 5%? Sure. I don't try to predict, though. I really don't. However, we've now gone negative everything. Well, guys, hey, listen, DWAC is having, it's not, of course, tracking the market. The market doesn't really care what the market's doing, but hey, you know, I mean, if this took out this 83.47 level, it could have a little run in it. I mean, it's had a nice run. You know, if you could time that bottom. I'm just looking at the tops of these two 15-minute candles right there. The NSC. Okay, remembering that we don't get our data until 7 o'clock, Terry, Eastern time.
I
So,
don't know, but I found these results on search.
in my Google telling me something. So, I mean, this is what we see here. So, if it was higher before 7 o'clock Eastern time, you're not going to see it on our charts. We are, I know we keep saying it, we are trying to expand the charting so that it will start at 4. I cannot tell you when that's going to happen. I would have thought by now, but no, AMC guys. I hope some of you took that AMC short. If you're able to get that AMC short. Wow, I mean, this is so intriguing. This is not for any, like, if you're new, sorry, but I'm just watching this, how this is trading, this NSTS. Now, the difference, I mean, you know, this one did the same, well, kind of the same thing. And this is a TKLF. It opened right around here and it zipped up. I am not saying the same thing is going to happen with NSTS. However, what I'm going to do is put an alert right up here at the high and see if it takes it out later on. So Terry, just to put a stamp on this one, you see any pre-market action? I mean, for that, I don't know how often you use our charts, but you know, you do have to have, if you right click on the chart and it says in properties, you know, you have to check show pre-market. All right, guys, VVOS. Got 290 in the pre-market. So I've taken a little bit of this. It's also an AI alert. Okay, and see on that break. I'm not in love with it. I mean, I think it could stall at 250, but the AI is had an alert for it. 231. It's not where I got in. A little bit later. And that is the VVOS. I did have some news this morning. Well, AG, I mean, listen, if this gets close to this 1173, we have to be looking at this as a potential short, I think. Yeah, I don't, I just use the AI for me as a watch list. Okay. I don't care where it exits. Some algo kicked in, obviously. For me, the AI and I don't auto trade anything. Yeah, shoot, I'm not in my NKLA anymore, and I shouldn't have been. I mean, not that pop up, but looks weak again. This is when I shorted earlier. Wow, gold. I mean, I know I'm just repeating myself, but pick an ETF. Look at the junior miners. Look at this thing move here. Well, the stop first of all, I only got into it just a couple of minutes ago. Okay, number one, and secondly, the stop is 201. That's not. There was a profit taking. I don't look. I don't follow the AI like that at all. Okay, I don't use it. I sort of. It's a man and machine. The machine will give you the alert, and then the man or woman, person, I manage the trades as I see fit. So the stop never got hit. It exited because some algo kicked in and said, okay, you know what? We don't like the way it's trading, so we're going to get out now. But in aggressive mode, which means you're still in the trade, or moderate means you're still in the trade. That's what I follow. I don't really care where the AI gets out on, unless it gets stopped out, literally stopped out, like the stop got hit. But that's how I use it. Well, of course I have a stop. I have a stop for everything I get into. I have a stop for absolutely everything I get into. Understand, I did not take the trade at 10:03. I just took the trade. Just took it. Okay? 5 minutes ago. And I'll be honest, I don't expect big things from it. I look at this 250 mark. It could really struggle to get through it, but you know, if it does, then I'm looking at that pre-market high. I said, you know, maybe it could get close. Now, one of the reasons, you know, I'm getting all sorts of signals for VVOS. I'm getting a signal here in the 10-day daily breakout. I'm getting a signal here from my unusually strong options. Okay, and then the AI. So I thought, okay, you know what? Maybe they're right. Another silver play, El Gato. Gato's silver. Another silver play. Oh, you know, we're intraday trading fundamentals. You can throw that out. For me, anyway, Andy. I don't look at fundamental. Not on these little crazy ones. It's irrelevant. To me, it's irrelevant. You know, this is not a swing trade. This is just some kind of an intraday trade. If it works out, great. But for instance, okay, just to get, you know, if I got into this trade right here at 231, I would not have had a stop at 2. For me, that's too far away. I would have been looking at this. You know, that's a big percentage. You know, for a $2 stock to have, for me anyway, a 30-cent stop, that would have been too much. So if I had taken this trade, okay, at 231 on the alert, I probably would have put my stop right here at 216, the low of that 15-minute candle. So again, you know, that's how I use the AI. It's just it has it gives me a suggestion. Now, how I manage it is going to be up to me. Oh, it could be pure trash, but understand, this is not, you know, none of these little ones usually are designed to swing. All we're trying to do is take advantage of some silly move that some stock makes out of nowhere, capture maybe the middle two-thirds, and move on. Yeah, so BZ's from your scan, your topping play. So obviously it's not topped out yet. BZ is not topped out yet. The next high looking left is $30.33. So China stock. Ooh, yikes on the day. Okay, guys, be really careful if you're in this DWAC and you haven't taken some profit. I mean, this is that little move right there. See how it could not get through the highs right there? 1, 2, 3, 15-minute candles. Could not poke its head above that 83.50 mark. All right, well, let's see VVOS. Surprise the heck out of me. Why not? It touched just over 250. Let's put that alert back up here. All right, look at, I mean, I haven't traded an ETF in a long, long time. How's that LABU doing? My guess now that the market's sinking, is that it is moving down. Yes. I almost took this over 22. That's when the market, everything was positive. Man, oh man, I mean, it's just gold, 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 gold. With the odd sprinkling of silver. Yeah, DSS, is this a sub $1 stock still? Yeah. News halt. Can't be good. You wouldn't think so anyway. Okay, VVOS, are you going to stay over 250 this time? Forgot to check the float on VVOS. I don't think it's super low. Nah, I mean it's 17 million, so that's low. It's just not super low. Not these crazy ones that are about 1 or 2 million. Still very low though. Certainly becoming jaded. I used to think anything under 20 million. 20 million was such a super low float, but some of these ones that we have been trading over the last few months, 1, 2, 3 million in the float. Okay, so to understand how this room works, I mean, I'm not ever going to tell anybody take this trade. All I do is point out what I'm looking at, and if I decide to take a trade, I'll say, yeah, I'm in this one, guys. I'm not ever saying you guys should do the same thing. Most of the things, I mean, I talk about a lot of different stocks all day long. If it makes sense for your business plan to look at the things that I'm looking at, not necessarily have I taken the trade. But if it makes sense, I mean, because look, I talk about a lot of stocks all day long. Of course, I cannot take every trade. I'm typically not in more than 2 trades at the same time. And I may only trade 3 or 4 stocks a day. You mean re-enter a trade after you got out of the trade and now you want to re-enter? So for instance, okay, look at this one. If I decided, you know what, I'm going to take the profit right here in VVOS. I guess if it moved back down to 225, you know, that little support level, and it based, and then it's harder to move on volume, that to me could be a re-entry as an example. So you're not talking about adding on to a trade. You're talking about, okay, took a trade, got out, and now it's starting to pull back. I'm not a huge pullback player, you know, so I don't typically do a lot of re-entries like that. But you know, if I were so inclined, you know, just to use this one as an example, you know, I'd be looking. Yeah, I mean, if it held that level. For me, it's all about the volume, though. You know, you can hold a level and then start moving off the level. But if volume does not go along with it, I don't take the trade. For me, volume, 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 volume. And it's not the absolute volume. You know, people get confused. They say, well, what is it? Like a million, 2 million? It's in relation to the previous candles. You know, I want something that's really standing out. That means traders are enthusiastic about it, right? I mean, just think about what that means. There's some enthusiasm that has come back. That's for me, okay? That's only me. So it's interesting. My option scanner alerted at 231, the same time as the AI. Same time, same price. Yeah, we're talking about that in the main room too, Terry. PIK. Yeah, it's so choppy on that daily. I mean, I guess anything could happen, but it's a crazy low float. All right, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I've taken some out of the VVOS. I still have my, skeptical that it's going to really break through that 250. So I've taken some off. And again, I'm not going to tell you to take some off. But, I did not have tremendous conviction on this one. Well, the moment of truth coming here for the KBH guys. I mean, there's that 200-day moving average, 43.13. The stock is at 43.49 right now. What's going to happen? Is it going to hold? If it doesn't hold, I mean, look out below. But if this may be a bounce zone. maybe, if that 200-day moving average holds for KBH. Just a minute, guys. Just internal discussion. I'm just following here. All right, guys. There's that DWAC. Well, Bill, remember, I'm a momentum trader, okay? So I like to see stocks near the high or the low of the day, okay? And then maybe basing a little bit at that level, and then moving on some volume, looking left to see what sort of room it has on a daily, weekly, and a monthly chart, to see where are the next highs, where could it stall. That's kind of, a synopsis of what I look for. And these stocks are always going to have high relative volume, high enough that there's some usually, these are volatile stocks for the day. Or this KBH guy, I mean, I know, man, look at this, 43.13, getting closer and closer to the 200-day moving average. Most of my relative volume is at least 3, but this one is 8 as an example, okay? You have to play around with it. There's no hard and fast rule about what relative volume number to use, but in this one, for instance, my relative volume is 8. So it's, it's pretty, it's a high relative volume, but I don't want a lot of alerts. I mean, gold, Barrick has been, this is one of the, used to be one of the stars in Canada for gold mining. I guess it still is, but just, look at this. Just got absolute. Oh, you know what? I think they changed symbols. I don't think this is a true drop. Yeah, no, that's not a true drop. Something happened here. I think they did a spin off or something like that. Pepe knows. So, it looks like it cratered this month, but BLNK. Look at this, guys. I mean, look at BLNK now. Next low looking left, 1881 on the monthly chart. I mean, had the big day yesterday on that GM news, but you couldn't. It just couldn't sustain it. All right, Dutch Brothers. Why are you moving down? What are you? Food services and dining places. Where are you out of? Oregon. Okay. Well, Dak, we have to stop staring at gold. I mean, my goodness, what a run! For 1.7 billion in the float, this is an amazing run. I refuse to believe it's going to take this out. AG taking out, what are the highs right there? 1169 and 1170. So I'm just sticking a price alert right there. Funny, all the B bigs, all the B big pumpers that were in our YouTube room, probably were bots. They're nowhere to be found today. I definitely got a lot of practice with the delete key. Yeah, I've actually, for whatever reason, I've got AMD thumbnailed, and yeah, what a rundown. Below last month's low now. Your bounce play is telling me to buy this one, Zach. Well, there's a 200-day moving average for BBIG, 409. Look at this market. Wow. I mean, we're not down that much, but I mean, it looked, relatively positive to start. But the market just cannot hold those gains at all. Yeah, just no shorts available at Interactive Brokers for me, Terry, on the BBIG. I'd be looking more to see what it does at that 200 day. Just short everything, guys. Look at this, another one, FTCH. I was actually trying to find something to go long here to show you, but of course another silver play, WPM, precious metals. Gold, silver, not platinum, but palladium, cobalt, etc. for WPM. It looks like you're short for DWAC may work. Look at GME, boy, I'm telling you, this takes out. Takes out 100. There's the low right there. That's how many months ago? That's in March, so about a year ago. Not quite a year ago. All right, you know what? Just to show you how to do this, okay? How you do it. I'm gonna take the ego. Not that I would do it normally. I mean, look at first of all coming right into the 200-day moving average, but just to show you, you click the buy button. I think this is going to be. You don't have to do this all the time. Why is not the bid ask showing? Yeah, there's something going on. I mean, it's a development version because the bid ask should have shown up there. Okay. But so you can practice trading using the simulator. I just took this trade in the simulator, Ego. All right. And if you want to practice swing trading, you can do so. Just don't get out of the trade at the end of the day. Then it'll carry forward. All right, guys, obviously out of the VVOS, I was skeptical that it would really take out that 250, but it was not a bad little trade. Nothing fantastic. All right, I'm eyeballing this fetch, FTCH, for a potential short here. A little base here. Let's see if it holds this base and then starts moving down from there. FTCH. You don't have to do the same thing, of course. Oh, for sure, Terry. There's hard, I mean, the YouTube room is not an active trading room. Okay, I think it's more for people who just want to maybe see my screen and listen to me, but not get too involved with other traders. But yes, absolutely, way more. You've been there, haven't you? I just posted the link right above you. Ah, sorry. Posted the home page also. Mr. Real, aroused from your slumber? Hey guys, UL just is at 50 now. UL at 50, and look at the pop. Look at the volume that just came into UL. Okay? Look at the volume. Look at the guys. Unilever is UL. Well, you can always change your name. Ija, I mean, you can always change your name, I'm sure. I don't know what happened. You know, I have no idea. Oh man, that's a pretty loaded question, Pallavi. How to look if you're new to trading, intraday trading. Look at Unilever, guys. Big move for Unilever. Remember, they did actually have an upgrade this morning. Yeah, so I suggest if you're new to, you know, I don't know if you're new to trading completely, but certainly intraday trading. If you go to my home page, okay, if you click on that link, this is what you'll see. I have an education section right here. All right, if you scroll almost to the bottom here, there's a little back to basics. Okay, so I don't know what your level of trading is, but I mean, this gives you a nice basics. What is a stock? Introduction to charts and candlestick support, resistance, etc. Okay, and I would take a look at this. It's free. And that would be a good starting point. But you know, could take you several months. You know, you're going to have to learn how to read charts, and there's no instant fix. Boy, that's a lot of volume that came in. I mean, it doesn't have a tremendous amount of room. I mean, it's got $3. I mean, that's pretty good. You know, if it wants to get back up to these highs. Talking about Unilever, UL. I don't know if we're being punished for not getting the deal. I think it's more the market didn't like the deal even if they got it. I mean, I may be wrong, but yeah, I mean, what happened yesterday, I mean, you know, the GSK people were saying, hey, that's undervalued. We need more if you want to take over that division. UL saying not. So I think the fact that they're not increasing the offer, you know, I think, you know, I don't know for sure. I just don't, I think the market didn't like the deal in the first place. So now that it looks like they're not going to get the deal, they're being rewarded. Yeah, just gold, silver, gold, silver, gold, silver, especially emphasis on gold today. Haven't seen a day like today in a long time. Just even ego here. I mean, I took this in the simulator just to show you how you can do it through the 200-day moving average now. MTTR guys, another new low, just hammering itself down here. It's not. ABCL, why don't I have you as an alert? All right, this was from yesterday. All-time low. I'm saying that over and over and over again. All-time low, all-time low, all-time low. All right, Fetch, you're getting my attention again here. FTCH after that little attempt to move higher. FTCH. Yeah, I hit that 37.50 mark or so, and ever since then it's been falling. MTTR. Wow, 11:38. Okay, guys, I will be taking my break in about 20 minutes. I'm just going to confirm that it is Steve in our YouTube room. Yeah, I mean, UL had, and look, the market's viewing this as positive news. They obviously didn't want this deal, okay? They didn't want the deal. So Unilever got punished yesterday for even suggesting they wanted to buy that portion of GSK. So the market punished them. And now that it looks like they won't, they're not going to increase their offer, the market's loving it. And they even had an upgrade this morning. Who did that upgrade? We're at the top of my list. Don't know these guys. Société Générale, maybe out of France or something. Don't know them at all. European. Headquartered in Paris, France. Yeah, so that is, so they upgraded them. Can't believe I said Paris, France. Yeah, the lowest I go usually is a 5-minute chart. I probably look at a 15-minute chart more than anything. I have a 2 here. Yeah, every now and then I'll glance at it, but the lowest I usually would go is a 5. But I probably spend more time looking at a 15-minute chart. And that's just me, you know. Others will look at a 30-minute and a 60-minute, a 2-day chart. Just get comfortable. I mean, I used to only have a 2-minute chart. This is many, many, many years ago. But I used to only have a 2-minute chart. So it is Steve. Yes, just got a confirmation. It is Steve in our YouTube room. You've been talking about AEM. I'm surprised. Oh, I thought I was going to see some kind of a big drop here. Boy, you got to be a pretty brutal gold or silver player to be down today. As a company, that's what I didn't mean as an individual investor, but in fact, that would be the play, really, to find some gold or silver company that is actually down for the day and try to figure that out. All right, guys, my headset is just giving me the sign that it's going to die, so just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, well, I keep talking about this AG right at this point here. I mean, it's a critical level. You can see a couple of days right at that price. I mean, if it can take that out, I guess it's got a shot to the 12 level. No, DDL. DDL is just showing up here. Ding dong. All right, I remember you. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, look up below for the DWAC, guys. If you're in this one trying to maintain a long position, boy, it's right here. Takes that out. I would say look at this on the 5 minute. Gives this area up. I mean, that could be in for another long run down. 72 is the next low on the daily chart. BZ was on his scan a lot earlier. Well, there it is, guys. I mean, it's getting through here. Nothing stopping gold and silver right now. Ooh, look at the. I maybe spoke too soon. The DWAC. A little pop here. I mean, it's just sort of range bound, you know, the 78 to 82 level. Yeah, no shorts. This is one I would have almost 100% taken. All-time low. You know, I love that. All-time low, but just no shorts available. DDL is halted, yes. On the way down. Yeah, just no shorts available for me. It's no different. I mean, you just check to see what the there it is, halted at 590. Not really. I mean, look at that spread. So I would say, maybe this 589, 590. Not really a big clue yet to know where it's going to where it's going to go. No different, in my opinion, as being in a halt up. Extraordinary day, guys, for gold and silver, especially gold. Extraordinary day. You're breaking out on volume scan is just going crazy. Well, a couple. I mean, I got it here on the 10-day. The first alert I had on this was on the 10-day daily breakdown. Can you see my screen, Andy? You can see it right there. Okay, there it was, DDL at 11:45. The suggested short entry, 658. And I'm sharing this one. Ten-day daily breakdown. Down. I've got the breakout, and then underneath, you said you can see my screen, right? So the daily breakdown, right at the top here. So what this is showing you, why it says DR, this is don't repeat. So this is the first instance of the alert from the scan. The time was 11:45. The price was 658. Here, you can see how it repeated. Every time it made a new low, it repeated. So there was the first, so you can see 652, 650, etc., 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 all the way down to 590 in the halt. So this allows me to kind of go back and say, okay, I had an alert. What did it do after that alert? Again, these are ideas, right? All these are just ideas. These are not get the alert, take the trade immediately, okay? They're ideas. I always have to emphasize that because people think, well, why are you not taking every one of these? Well, first of all, I couldn't. There's way too many. Well, there's not a huge number, but that's not. It's way outside my trading comfort zone to take 10 trades a day. But the idea is that you click on the alert and then you start to see, okay, like the DDL. Why would I be interested? All-time low, nothing stopping it from going down more. Chart-wise. I mean, there, as you know, other reasons why it may not go down any further, but look at that, look at that, look at that. So it just resumed out of its halt. Even Ego, I mean, I would not have taken this trade. I just showed you how you can take a trade in the simulator, because it was right at that 200-day moving average. So typically I would never take a trade there. But I was just wanted to show how you can take a trade in the simulator. All right, market putting a little bit of a pop here, guys. Just a little bit of a pop. So some bounce plays may start to work a bit. Okay, depending how long this lasts. Boy, this was another nice one from yesterday, the ESSC as a short all day. So we're getting, we're getting some bounces now of some of these stocks that had been beaten up. How long that bounce lasts, that's another issue, but yeah, the profit target is nothing special. Okay, it is just double. So when you click on an alert, let's just say I'm going to click on GMVD. Okay, here is the price at 535. There have a suggested stop. If you took that trade right now, a suggested stop at 515. Okay, let's make the math super simple. So let's say I got into that trade at 535 and the stop was at 515. That's a 20-cent stop. The target is just 40 cents away from your entry. It's just double the difference between your entry and the stop. Nothing scientific about it. Okay? Just a guide, as is the smart stop, okay? But definitely, I mean, the smart stop is based on some math, okay? They take a look at the volatility of the day, high and the low, feed those numbers in, and it generates a smart stop, which changes all day long, depending, when you click on an alert. But the target is really, there's nothing scientific about it. They're just trying to put a guide on there saying, okay, this is the 2-to-1 or the 1-for-2 risk reward. That's all it is. Meanwhile, Iris, what do you mean, where is the smart stop? It's right on the chart. If you take a look at a chart, the only way you don't see them, I think you can disable them, maybe. Yeah. So if you don't see that, it's just a red dotted line. So if you don't see that, that means that if you right click on an alert, on the chart, and you go to properties, right at the very bottom, it says show smart risk levels. Okay, and there's a check mark. So if maybe you've unchecked it. Because it'll show up. Now, the only time you won't see it is maybe, it's below, it depends on the size of your chart. But if you brought out GMVD as an example, you should see the smart stop on the 5-minute chart, on the 15-minute chart, on the 2, the 15, and the 5. You'll even see it on the daily chart. Okay? Yeah, it's just a matter of make sure if you right click on a chart, go to properties, and then make sure you've got it checked. Right at the bottom here, it says show smart risk levels. And again, the only reason you wouldn't see it is if it happens to be out of the scope of the chart. but it's automatically generated. Nothing for you to do. And it's a guide. That's all it is. It's a guide. All right, guys, I'm expecting Steve to be in the room anytime now, so I am just going to put my announcement in on mute back around 12:55. All right, Steve, I see you. Okay, I'll stop my stream right now. Have a fun hour, Steve.
All right, thank you, Barry. I shall. Have a nice big smoothie. Enjoy the hour. All right, looks like you guys hear me. I'll put that on mute. I can see your questions. Hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Welcome to my desktop. Yeah, we are getting a little bounce in the SPY. We'll see what happens. What I noticed yesterday was critical in the IWM, the small caps, getting a bounce over there too. But you can see that little close yesterday was very important close because it closed below that critical 208 level. It didn't hit 208 and bounce back up. It actually attempted that. I'll show you with my pen yesterday. But this seems to be the weakest of the indexes right now, and the one that is also technically threatening a major breakdown more so than the others, the Nasdaq and the S&P. So a little relief rally here midday. We'll see if it holds. But in order for this thing to get interesting and show that it's not going to continue to break down technically, it really needs to bounce back up of at least above 210. And then more importantly, it's got this 10-day moving average to deal with. So all of this is acceptable bounce in here. But once the price bounces up to that declining 10-day simple moving average, I would be very concerned and watch it closely to see if it can get back through. Personally, I don't know. I feel like the winds are changing out there, guys. I mean, just look at what's strong today. Gold miners ripping. Silver had 2 days of, I own some PSLV there. Last 2 days have just ripped off of that base, where gold miners haven't really done that as well, or gold, the commodity gold anyway. So yeah, nothing yesterday for GLD, but a nice catch-up play today. But what they really are playing catch-up to is SLV, PSLV, whatever you want to call it. Really nice move. So a lot of the metals today are strong. We can see over here GDX is in fact leading the way in sectors. And somebody once said, I think it was Jim Rogers, said sometimes when the commodities are in favor, you just want to buy things that hurt when you drop them on your feet. Gold, silver, steel. So that's kind of one of those days. Anything that you can drop and hurt your foot with seems to be in favor. I'm echoing, huh? I shouldn't be. Is anybody else hearing me echo? Let me check my voice out. No, I just unmuted myself and I heard myself talking. If somebody else thinks I'm echoing, let me know, and I can always reset my USB mic. Hello, Iris. It doesn't sound like I am. Let's pull this aside for a second. We're good. Okay, thanks, Ken. Pull this aside for a second, and I'm going to note something. This morning, it was very interesting that well, the AI is having a pretty decent day, but notice where the decent trades are coming from. Short. These two shorts are also green. These two longs actually popped up here in the last 30 minutes, but this morning it was pretty much all red on top. Excuse me, all red shorts on top and all greens down below underperforming. So maybe that makes sense now that the market's starting to bounce a little bit. Okay. What time do you have? His sign off didn't match the time on live on YouTube. We usually hand it over at 12 Eastern on the YouTube, and that's pretty much what we did. It might have been a minute late. And also remember that this live stream is probably about 20 seconds delayed. Now also remember that not just 12 o'clock Eastern, but 3:30 Eastern, Chris Varley comes in and kind of cleans up the end of the day support requests. So if we have people throughout the day that are having a hard time getting something, it's best that we send them over to Chris, or even this session right here, of course, is the same thing, to let us interact, question, answer, and then let me or Chris at 3:30 Eastern to 4:30 Eastern demonstrate live. That's really the best way for new users to get caught up. Telephone calls don't really do a whole lot. You need visuals. You need visuals and pointers and examples and running through the steps of the menu and things like that. So that's why we're here. If anybody has anything that they really need explanation of, it's always good to start there. Otherwise, I'll just ramble for an hour. Oh, Barry typed it a bit earlier. Got it. Okay. Well, let's take a look actually at those AI trades for the day. I do this a lot, and before I even get there, what I'm going to be looking at is the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. This is the silver, and you can see it's holding up above that for the second day in a row for the most part. This is what I call my momentum day, my intraday momentum line. And stocks will remain in motion with momentum until they break that line. So we're going to go through the AI trades here real quick and see how they could be managed better than the AI, because the AI is good at the entry and the timing and the symbol, but the AI is not that good at managing a trade. Looks like this one in microchip is still open. It's a short sell. So what I would be watching for, just forget the AI suggested stop. This is your stop. Okay, we just spoke and it just cleared. So what it did is it noticed that it was bouncing back up, and the AI exited for what we call a profit save. Some people call that a trailing stop. Me, I would probably wait, and I want to see what's going to happen right here. What's going to happen when the price and that 10 SMA touch? Because it's still relatively early in the day. It's not too late. The price could hit that and move back over and try to go back to lows. So what I'm saying is I like to use the 10 SMA for all of my trades, whether they're AI trades. I don't take a lot of AI trades, but especially my swing trades, when I'm getting ready to try and lock in a profit, I will use the break of this momentum. Either it's a short, or if it's a long, it breaks down below the 10 SMA, and that is my signal to get out. And it works very well for me. Is it perfect? No, nothing is perfect in trading, but pretty good odds over the years. I've been pretty happy when I use that one candle that gets me out. To stay away and just call it a good trade. All right, Playboy short. Perfect example. Playboy short is still open. The AI is not freaked out and called that a trailing stop profit save. And we just got a test right there. We are currently testing the declining 10 SMA. Maybe it holds, maybe it doesn't. I can go over and look at the daily chart and see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 red candles. Hey, at some point, look at how many days this thing is. Oh my God, look at this. I would probably be very, very quick to get out of this one, because look at all these days of the momentum line just slamming the price back down. At some point, there's going to be a relief bounce over there, and it might be today. So that's the story on that AI trade. Otis elevator. It's a long, and it's above its moving average. No reason to get out of that. UGI, also a long. Look at how it triggered a little bit late, but look at how it has been holding the 10 SMA the last 2 days. Not to mention it's breaking out on the daily. That's a good looking long right now for the AI. Back to the shorts here that were working pretty well this morning. Look at that. It's broken the downside momentum. The AI has already profit saved that one, and it's probably a good idea. AMC, popular name, also breaking above its downtrend. So the momentum to the downside is probably done here for the time being in some of these trades. That's how I view them. Here's another long that's being tested right now to the long side. Ideally, it should hold this 235 level and push higher and try and give the longs more profit in that one. This one is not really doing a whole lot. It's a long and it's under the 8 ball. It's behind the 8 ball because it's just now trying to get above its 10 SMA. So that's not really a great looking setup in my opinion, especially on the daily. Two more here. GMDA. Beauty. Look at the example here. Big drive up in the morning, consolidation. And where does the consolidation start to take footing? Right there at the 10 SMA. I don't know if we can give you a much better example than that. And then lastly, I would manage, let's see, did we do this one already? Yep. And PBR. PBR, okay, I don't trust this one hardly at all. It's had a giant move higher, a little bit of a fake out wick this morning, and that was 30 minutes ago. That's a signal candle to me to get out. And if you had gotten out there, you're still 30 minutes under that rising moving average. I see this a lot. It'll break that rising moving average, and then it'll try, but it never really can get back above. And especially after you've had 6 days of nice movement, this one's probably ready for a rest. I wouldn't give this PBR much at all. As a matter of fact, again, you can just take out that stop altogether. You probably shouldn't be in this trade, in my opinion. Oh, DWAC coming back. Yay. All right, let's see if we got... My charts aren't changing. They should. Let's see. There we go. I see them changing. Perfect circle. Hello. Good morning. Is there a way to filter block trades so that you only see them above the ask and not below the ask or the bid? Yeah. Okay, so here's what happens on that. When you get a block trade, sometimes those are deals done not on the execution platforms, but you've got Merrill, or excuse me, Morgan Stanley calling Goldman and saying, hey, I've got 100,000 of XYZ block. I see you're a seller. You want to just cross a trade it, and they agree on a price on the phone. And then they do a private, 100,000 share block trade. And that's usually not hitting the tape immediately because, like I said, it's not executed through the system. It's executed on the phone. They turn around, they punch in the price, counterparty, boom. And then it hits the tape as what's called a late print. So what you're probably seeing in Perfect Circle is late prints, and you're wondering, hey, why the hell are these block trades either above the bid or below the bid or above the ask? I can't figure that out. So that's probably what you're seeing. Your question to me is, can we filter those out? And no, we can't. So the only thing you can control is the block share size minimum that you want to see. Some people use 50,000. Some people might use 100,000. But when they come out, you're just going to have to look at that and say, okay, there's a block trade. Where was it? It might have been a few minutes late, maybe even 10 minutes late. You never know. But that's the best we can do. We can't tell you where or when it occurred and what the bid or ask was in the spread at that time. I'm sorry. My default chart indicators, Mitchell, hello. I don't have many. My intraday, this is my bread and butter, my 15-minute. I'm a swing trader, so I'm not interested in 1 minute. I'm not interested in 5 minute. 15-minute is the perfect time frame for me to evaluate price. So I have, of course, as we were talking a lot about, the 10 SMA, which is all over the place here. As you can see, we broke down in DWAC at the open, and we have now regained the 10 SMA. That's pretty bullish. A lot of movement in the last week here. Big profit-taking morning this morning. I'm not taking profits. I'm invested in this thing for the long haul. Matter of fact, I will add to it the moment the daily 10 SMA and the price converge again. I'm going to add more. So that's the first one, the 10 period simple moving average. The second one you see here is what we call, the blue line is a 5-day moving average using 130 candles averaged. I don't know if I have a good example for that today. I have a good example. No, I don't. So every now and then, that 130 period, which is essentially just a 5-day rolling moving average, will give me some interesting looks. Let's see if we can. Oh, that might have been a good one right there on TGB. Okay, look at how TGB kind of got stymied there yesterday, broke back above, and it built a base right here. Not only did it build a base at the 130 or the 5-day moving average, it actually converged with the 10 SMA. So that was a very powerful level right there. And as you can see, the buyers went ahead and held on and leaned on those levels. So those are the two moving averages I use in a 15-minute chart. And what I can do if they intrigue you, here, Mitchell, I can give you a copy of my chart, my 15-minute chart. And you can use the cloud code and open that up on your end and create the exact same 15-minute chart that I am looking at. Back to the daily, I've got the 10. As I mentioned earlier, I'll be watching that DWAC for a 10-day pullback and a touch. We've got the 10. The red is 20. The blue is 50. And then on other charts, I've got the 200-day moving average as well, which is a mess on that thing. We look at the Qs. We can see the 200-day looming below. There it is right there. Big backstop. Don't use anything other than these two. The SPY and the 200-day are much farther away. So the NASDAQ is really pretty weak, closer to the 200 SMA compared to the SPY, and the Russell 2000, the IWM, has already broken its 200. Look at that. This is a really good example. 200 rejected, 200 rejected, rejected. Got through, but the 50 said, nope, you're not going any higher. IWM, we broke back down through all those key areas. But pretty good bounce so far midday here. We'll see if that's going to work out. All right, auto. Those are significant events in my opinion. Hopefully I remember what you were talking about. Oh yes, the block trades. Block trades are significant events because sometimes if a stock has been, let me just add to this, if a stock's been selling off for a few days, and then you see just a monster block trade, that usually means that maybe the big seller's been cleaned out and they just did a block trade for their final amount. It used to happen all the time in the New York stocks when you'd watch a specialist. You watch the tape of how the specialist trades, a human being entering all the prices from the people screaming at them with notepads. And a lot of times when the specialists, they'd call it a clean out print. Clean out print can be also a block trade, but it's only significant after a big move in one direction. The same thing can happen on big moves up. If you see a big move up, block trade after a big move up, and you're long, maybe use a little caution there. So Auto Silas is saying you could use a custom formula for the, it's possible with a custom formula, is what he's saying there, is possible to maybe differentiate where the block trade occurred using the distance from bid or ask. So if that's the case, and Perfect Circle thinks that's possible, I'm not very good. I think I mentioned last week I'm below average in math and these custom formulas. I can't string an equation together, but I know what I like visually and I understand. So whoever asked that question, I think it was Perfect. Go ahead and send us an email to info@trade-ideas.com, and the message header will be custom formula ? And go ahead and drop that question into the email, and I got a lot of smart people here who are much better at the custom formulas than I am. Anytime somebody asks me that, I always have to just turn around and ask them anyway. So that might be a good sign that Autolycus says it could be done. Debbie. Hello, Debbie. Could you set an alert for a stock crossing below the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart? It only seems TI has alerts for one SMA crossing another. No, you're correct. We can set an alert for a stock crossing below the 10 SMA. Here's how we would do it. It would be just a simple alert window. Start from scratch. Let's pull up the essentials. 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. But I think that's what you want. Yep. Okay, so we're going to add that filter. We're also going to do new 5-minute low. 5-minute low. New 5-minute low. Because you said crossing below. Okay, so the 5-minute low is going to give us, hey, in the last 5 minutes, the price has crossed below this level. It's only going to show us a new 5-minute low when we tell it to. And by telling it to us, we're talking about the change from the 10 SMA 15. So let's think about this. I'm going to do kind of a bracket. I'm going to do negative 0.05% all the way up to positive 0.05%. So we got a 0.1% window here. The center line is exactly the 10 SMA. So we're willing to see a new 5-minute low anywhere 0.005 above, but no more than 0.005% below. So that's our little bracket, our envelope. Other than that, you would just put in price. I put in some average daily volume, maybe. A volume today would do 200,000. Relative volume, you could do that. There's many things you could add. I'm going to get a lot of things that are going to come up here, but we can at least verify. Oh, I thought that was going to be the case. Let's see what I did wrong here. Change from the 10. New 5-minute low. There we go. There we go. Now they're coming through. I guess that volume filter was probably a bit much. Yeah, you can see why I used a volume filter. Let's go back and add that. I'll do 100,000. I think I did 2 million last time. That might have been why. What in the heck? That's crazy. Why am I getting nothing with just 100,000 shares? Volume today. 100%. It's a percent. That's why. It's not shares. There, we'll do that. 100,000 shares. I hate that when I do that. Okay, now we're going to get some stuff. Flow. Flow crossed below the 10. PGN1. Well, they're coming through quick. You can see that. Really quick. I'm just having fun here, just trying to play around with it. Let's increase the volume today a little bit. You can see they do come through fast. You have a lot more you're going to want to add to it. Come on, why can't you get me a chart? Now my 15-minute chart's going to conk out on me. There we go. Okay. So these are all stocks that are crossing that back down below their 10 SMA. You're going to want to do a lot of work to that. Maybe things that are down on the day, up on the day, position and range, things like that. But that's the general idea. So you would need a symbol list of what you're looking for alerts on. Well, no, this is just an alert window, and I'm using everything that's coming through here. There's a lot of things that are coming through, so there's no symbol list. It's set to all stocks, but some of the things you could do, would be you could say, change from the close. You only want to see things that are negative from the close. Maybe like that, or you want to see things that are up on the day, you could do that. But there's more filters you could add, Debbie, that would really slow this thing down. But that's the gist of it. Your question was, how would I do that? New 5-minute low, and then take your change from the 10 SMA and make it something like that. If you wanted to, you could even cap it right there at 0 so you're not even seeing it. And you'll still see it a little bit below, but it's, the stock is not above its 10 SMA, and it's making a new 5-minute low, but no more than 0.05% below. All right, so I hope that helps. That's a lot of stuff that comes out there. But maybe you know exactly how you want to apply that. Okay, Mitchell, you got the chart. Jose, so you would buy if it hits low on your 10 moving average. Yes, I think what you're referring to is DWAC. I'm going to go to the 10-day moving average. I have a wonderful position in this. I'm up like 35 points in it, and I want to add to it. But I am not going to add on a daily chart up in here when there's this much distance between the 10 SMA. What I like to do is wait. I mean, there's just a foregone conclusion. If I'm going to invest in this thing, I'm just going to have to take the ups and the downs. But at some point, it might consolidate sideways, And when this thing creeps up, the moment these things touch, I'm probably going to add another 50% or 35%, who knows, to that position. That's where I like to do it. Now, on the flip side, when I'm getting ready to take a profit on something, let's say I was getting ready to take profit after all these days in DWAC here, and yesterday, and I came in long today, and I said, oh, great, it gapped up. Look, let's go. And then, nope, boom. And then as soon as it closed below the rising 10 SMA, if I was a short-term trader on this one, I probably would have got out. And then I'd be regretting the fact that I got out. But so I use the 10 SMA religiously on the daily and the 15-minute chart. And most of the time, it's helping me to either add to my position, like I just mentioned in DWAC, or it helps me take profits on a position that's been working for me for a few days. Hope that helps. Yeah, I don't know, Otto, if that's the right syntax or not, but perfect. Go ahead and ask that question in the info at info@trade-ideas.com, and the right person will grab it and you'll get an answer today. Oh, did you want me to share that one that I just made, Bill, the one that I just closed? I mean, I can do that, but you're going to require a lot more configuration to it. Let's see if I can go back and find the one I just made. Recent settings. Edit me. Is it this one? No. Ah, there it is. Check that out. I found it under Edit Me. That looks like the one right there. So we'll click OK. Nope, that wasn't the one. Never mind. There we go. I found it. So there's the new 5-minute low, and you can see there's a lot of stuff coming through here, but I don't know what you'd want to add to it, but I know, Debbie, there's probably something you could. So you would need a symbol list? No, okay. To use it as a stop. Oh, so okay, so you're not talking about creating an alert. So brings up a good question. I don't use that. So what I would do is I would just take, we can't create trailing stops that continually adjust on the moving average. So what I will often do is, let's see if I can just find a position. Okay, so gold miners. Let's say you're a day trader and you're loving this trade, but you're not going to take this thing home at night. So what I would be doing is I would just be creating a price alert right there. And throughout the day, Debbie, I would adjust that price alert as the price moves higher. So we're accomplishing the same thing. So you are using a symbol list, which is either your watch list or your position list. And rather than trying to configure an alert that tells you, that's the purpose of the price alerts. And that's why price alerts work really well with a top list, because the top list doesn't really have an action. It just tells you all these stocks are meeting your criteria. All right, so let's say we're long ARCH and we're happy, but we're not going to take this thing home tonight. So you would just come in right there, right click, price alert, and you will be notified immediately with a splash screen that the price has now come down to that blue line. So you're constantly having to adjust it. That's how I would do it. Did you say you already got it, Bill? You don't need a copy of it? Okay. Yeah, to use it as a stop, right? So it's going to have to be a mental stop where you're using the price alert to bring your attention and then turn around and sell it. We really don't have any way to take, the brokerage plus and say, hey, I want all of these to sell immediately once it crosses the 10 SMA. We can do trailing stops with dollar signs, like I always want a 50-cent trailing stop. We can do that, but we cannot do percentages. I don't know why. We're going to work on it. But we also cannot do filters that are constantly updating like that, because the order is sent to E-Trade and Interactive Brokers, and there's really no way for them to continually adjust the stop on their end. All right, let's see if I missed anything. Okay, so Jose, hopefully that helped. On my DWAC example on the daily and also on the intraday. When it pulls back, when it gets ahead of itself, I'm not going to chase price. When I see all this daylight between my moving average and the price, I'm not going to jump in there. I'm just asking for a reversion to the mean, and I don't like those. No, I didn't share it. Let me grab it again. I keep sidetracking myself and forgetting to share it. So recent settings, edit me because I didn't give it a title. The first one I can see right there. Oh, those were my settings. So I'll double click that. I will launch that, and now we can share it. But you guys are going to want to add a lot of filters in here for slowing this thing down because it looks pretty quick. Cross below. There you go. Now we made a copy. All right. How are we doing? We caught up on questions? What's the markets doing? I think they broke through their downside. Yeah, they broke through their moving average. So they showed us S&P and NASDAQ and IWM showed us that they were not ready to roll back over and go to fresh new lows this morning. But again, this is all I see. The NASDAQ and the S&P and the IWM, they've got this quickly declining 10 SMA. That's going to be where the rubber hits the road right there. Can it get back above that daily SMA? It can do all at once in the 15-minute chart. All that does is tell me if current momentum is intact. It breaks all the time, and then you got to defer to, all right, where are we on the daily chart? All right, Ken. What's the link to the scanners? Are these included in that list? The list that I was just going through, I think you're probably talking about that tree. Okay, these are all the things that I created, recent strategies, recent settings are mine. Now, there are some pre-canned ideas in here for you. That's one way to do it. I think another way to do it, and probably what you really want to see, I'm not going to open it because I hate destroying my alerts here, but I would go to the channel bar, and you go down to this key Traders Vault. In the Traders Vault, you'll see the A table, maybe some other things that we have, but it's basically a conglomeration of 5 or 6 traders here. A lot of our favorite personal scans you can find on the Traders Vault. And I think the only one that you would see here, most of these are just watch lists. These in the bottom, these 3 here are just watch lists. I'm just keeping an eye on things. Sector just keeps me an eye on the sectors. The A table is a scan that's also in that Traders Vault. So when you open Trade Ideas for the first time, everybody's just going to have kind of a blank screen, and you got to kind of build from there. So I would suggest going to the Traders Vault, and if you have any questions on any of them, you can send us an email, and we can send you a description on what those do. I don't know if we have a document for that. Let me ask. All right, maybe they do. We'll find out. Somebody may have created a list of all the scans on the Traders Vault to try and tell you what they're looking for. But there's a lot of good gems on there. Perfect circle. This market's been faking people out for months on end now. My thoughts on SBEV. Let's take a look at SBEV. Definitely had a big news day back here. Sideways action was beautiful. price didn't even let the 10-day moving average get close to touch it before it ran up. Big doji day yesterday. Nice gap up and just kind of filling. This to me is a very, very sloppy daily chart. So it's very hard to try and pin down, things that look like that. There's a lot of space in here, but to try and make sense of what we do have, again, this 10-day moving average is really far down there. I wouldn't be surprised to see some consolidation over the next few days, maybe. And that is where it could become interesting. I definitely wouldn't take a position today if you haven't already done so. It just seems like you're just asking for more profit taking. Now, on the intraday, we can see it technically close below, then technically back above, then pretty much right on. So it's really fighting hard right here intraday. And this is a perfect look at stocks that get way ahead of themselves and gap up. They sell off, and this is where these things start to become very interesting to me, if I'm interested. This daily chart, I don't know, it's a bit volatile, but this is money for me. If I'm looking and stalking something and I didn't chase the open on a gap up, and I said I'm just going to be patient today and see if I can get my price, get my pitch, sit there with my bat on my shoulder, and when I see these types of setups right here, this is what I will lean on and go long and hope. And if I'm wrong, well, guess what? It's not very much of a loss, really. It's a nice risk reward at those levels. All right. Do you know when the next beta version will be released? Debbie, I can tell you this. We are going to have our next test drive in February 14th, Valentine's Day. I know for a fact that the developers are, as we always do, we try and get as many new features that we're working on available into the public beta a few days or maybe a week before the new test drive starts. So I would guess that maybe after the first week of February, we might start talking about a new beta. That's worst case possible. I'm not in that department. They could surprise me and come out with something this Friday. But worst case possible, you're probably looking the first week of February for the next beta version to be released. Where would I be interested in DraftKings? DraftKings is funny. If you guys were here last week, we talked about DraftKings as I was going through the Market Explorer, which is also a new beta version extravaganza. And the Market Explorer is a pre-canned set of ideas. There's no configuration whatsoever. But I found, DraftKings on, no, actually it was, it was looking at Kathy Wood's portfolio. Excuse me, that wasn't what it was. But I'll tell you where I thought it could be interesting. It was last week, when the last time we spoke, was like right there. Okay, I said, hey, this thing has made a new low. It's probably even, diverging with the RSI on a new low, but getting higher on the RSI. And I thought, hey, if this low holds, all we've got to do is get this DKNG through that 20-day moving average and close a couple days, and then we got the 50. We got to work on those one by one. But as you can see, that interest quickly waned from my perspective, and it's back down here. And it's still diverging, interestingly enough, with the RSI. So this is something you could do. We talked a minute ago about good risk reward. You know where your out is. Okay, maybe 4 days or 5 days of selling is enough here in DraftKings, and there's nothing wrong with bottom fishing. You're not catching a falling knife. We've got 4 or 5 days of steady selling, and now we're starting to kind of bottom out here. If you got in, your out is the low at below that level. So you could get in at 22.19, and your out is 21.50-ish. And then if you're in early, well, we all know that reward is consummate with risk. So you're taking a risk down here by buying it when it doesn't look great, but if it does move, you're going to get a good reward. Whereas opposed to waiting for 2 or 3 days for it to break out, and then you buy it right under that declining 50, you're kind of running out of room. You do not have good risk reward. What is this alert I had set? Okay, so that was my trailing stop example. So for Debbie, that's how I would see, oh shoot, this thing is no longer playing ball with the 10 SMA. I better watch this closely here. So that would be a great example of real-time alerting to a possible trailing stop needed. I think he is, because Brad's out of town, and when Brad's out of town, usually they do these together. But let me ask. Let me ask him. I'll let you know what he says. DKN for a short, DraftKings for a short, probably not Eagle, because I think I just outlined the fact that it's probably looking for a relief bounce. Where I would short it, and if you really got a bug in your craw about this stock and you don't like it, well, the trend is your friend going down. But shorting down here in the hole, you're just asking for a reversion to the mean and a bounce back up. Where I would consider shorting something like this might be right up in here, right between the 10 and the 20. If it can get back up in there again, you're doing what's called a fade. You're fading the bounce and you're going short, and you're giving yourself a better risk-reward entry. Just like the person who might want to go long down here is giving themselves a good risk-reward entry. You'll participate in the bounce, but the bounce might be short-lived right into that area that I just showed you might be a good short sell. So everybody can make money. You just got to know your time frame and your targets. Boy, this thing has really just been clobbered. So it's been clobbered so much. Let's look left here. We took out that key resistance. Boy, and we were almost back down here to IPO levels, which is a real bummer. Oh no, we're not. I'm sorry, we're not even close. Are we? No. Come on, Steve. Get your DraftKings in order here. Let's try this again. Yeah, I mean 21. This thing came public down here just under 20. You know, oh yeah, look in hindsight too. If you want to know what a head and shoulders looks like, shoulder, head, shoulder. But at what point does this move become completely oversold and want to bounce higher? The only thing that concerns me is that it's so close in the neighborhood, it might want to come down here and ring the doorbell of the IPO price. I don't know. It's a tough one. That one has really had a tough time. All right, let's see. How do I change the color of the smart stop? I don't know if it's configurable. Let me go to my price. My properties. Show smart risk levels. Yeah, I don't think there's any way to change. If I go to colors, wait, yeah, I don't think there's a way to highlight and change the colors of those. I could be wrong, but I don't see, and I haven't really felt like that was been possible. Smart risk levels. But again, I will ask somebody just in case. All right, let's see what she comes back with. He. See, when we go to properties, select background color, risk levels. Yeah, I'm hearing that we don't think we can change those colors, Iris. But I just wanted to double check and make sure. Okay, so if your smart stop does not always show, look what I did here, Iris. You just want to make sure both charts, you have properties at the very bottom, show smart risk levels. And if there's anything to show, and this is checked, it should show up. I just choose to not have that much information in my charts. I like to keep things pretty quiet. Yeah, IWM starting to roll back over a little bit. We'll see what happens over there. See if I go to properties here, show smart risk levels. It's working on the 15, working on the 1, working on the 5. I'm not sure. I mean, when I've got my smart levels checked here in properties, bottom one, show smart risk levels, it should show all of them. If you're not seeing that, what you could do is give us some screenshots and show us how it's turned on and how it works in one time frame but not another time frame. Send us an image, and the guys might check and see if there's a bug going on there. Now remember, I don't think those smart levels are going to show up, are they? Let's see on the daily. Yep, they're still going to show up on the daily, it appears. BTU. Here's another example. Okay, you guys see that blue line right there? I'm going to maybe adjust it a little bit here, right down. Try and take out those two lows. Those two lows of those candles, which, by the way, I made money in this stock. And I bought it down here and I sold it up here. And then I got kind of bummed when it went up without me. But I said, nope, I'm not chasing this thing back. I will buy back into BTU, which was the trade of the week last week. If it comes down, and I'm eyeballing this, you can see I've got that my price alert line is just resting above the 10 SMA and just below those two lows. So the algorithms could easily come down and challenge those two low candles there and spike down into the 10 SMA. If it does, I'm mentally prepared to log in and buy BTU back. So that's my plan on that one. All right, Felix, are you having trouble setting up your top list, alert windows, and M windows with your strategy? You watch the videos and can't quite get it to do what you want. In the charts, they said they should come here for assistance. I need. Okay, so what is it you're trying to build, Felix? I mean, you've got 3 different opportunities. The multi-strategy window is just an alert window with many different strategies to combine space. First thing you need to think about is, do you need to have an event that tells you, hey, something just made a new high or made a new low or did this or did that? And that's going to be an alert window. Top lists are just filters. There's no alert. There's no new high, no new low. It's just a 30-second refresh, and you can sort them based on what you want to sort by. I've got this A table, which is a top list T window. I've got it sorted by short float. So I've double-clicked the short to see which ones want to go on top. But I mean, there's many different directions we can go in trying to answer your question. I'm just not sure where you're getting hung up to start with. I'll help you as much as I can in the next 10 minutes, but what I will also suggest is if you can send us an email with detailed description of what you're trying to scan for in real time and when you want to see it, and any screenshots or any charts that you could give us as an example of when you want to see the chart that looks like this, We can spend more time by creating a support ticket if you send in those details and your needs to info@trade-ideas.com. One of us will grab it, and we can even create a basic working scan for you and send you the cloud link back as just kind of a foundation for you to start with. But since we're here, what's the first thing that you're having a hard time grasping specifically in detail? And I can try and walk you through that. Oh, let's see. So the short answer for was who was asking about the webinar today. Dan will be doing the webinar today. He'll be doing it solo. Brad is on vacation. So it should be good to go. 2 o'clock Eastern. Okay, Felix. Well, Felix, I'm not really sure what you're trying to do. You're just telling me you're having trouble setting up an A and an M and a T window. I'm not really sure what it is you're trying to set up specifically. And if you've sent an email to somebody saying you want to build a scan that does this, this, and this, if they haven't gotten back to you, that's a problem. But usually when somebody tells us they need configuration help, we will start the configuration for you and send you a cloud link. You're welcome to address the email to me specifically, and I can try and work on that for you since you started here. Multi-strategy windows, yes, they're very idiosyncratic. They're not always the same as other things. Trying to find a history is one thing that's different from the M windows. Colorizing your strategies is another thing you have to do. But yeah, Felix, I do want to help you, and I don't want to hear that you're not getting the response you want from the info@trade-ideas.com. It's just a broad question. I've only got another 9 minutes here. I'd like to help you at least get over the hurdle of a specific question that you have. But in terms of us helping you get the scan configured the way you want, it really is best, to send all the info you're looking for with any charts or any visual detail to help us and tell us when you want to see it and why. And we can work backwards and create a working scan for you. And like I said, I'm happy to do that. You can just send the email and just say, "Attention, Steve," and I'll make sure that it gets attention. Steve, you can send it "Attention, Steve," Felix. "Attention, Steve, configuration help." And then in the body of the email, again, try and show me examples of a chart that you want to see alerted and where you want to see it alerted, and some details of what you want to see, so I can set the filters and the parameters correctly for you, and I can give you a starting point. And then hopefully I can get that done today, and then you can always take that starting point, and then you can come back tomorrow or this afternoon with Chris, and we can continue to elaborate on that. But yeah, I just want to know exactly where you're getting hung up and what it is you want to see, and I can take some time and give you some screenshots and maybe even build a scan or two for you, send it back, and you can use that as a foundation. Okay, I'm going to type it for you. All right, Felix, just send it to that email address, and then in the message, say attention Steve, so nobody else starts working on it and I can see it. Just be as detailed as you possibly can, and we'll start there. GDX is probably going to run out of some speed today. I can't remember the last time I saw a whole sector up 6.5%. That's impressive. 6.7% for an entire sector. Normally you see 3%, 2%, 1%, 1%. All right, I'll be with you guys for another 5 minutes or so. If anybody wanted to sneak in a chart request, you're welcome to do so. This is an interesting scan, and it's doing exactly what it's designed to do. Andy built this. So you can see these are stocks that have been hammered, and they've been riding that 10 SMA down for a couple days, but look at this candle right there. The little green spug popping above that downtrending SMA, 10 SMA, could be an interesting good risk, good reward, low risk, high reward. Your out is the low down here, but that little green candle starting to show signs of what I've been talking about all morning. The momentum to the downside might be dying. And that's exactly what this scan does, ready for a bounce. I know somebody's going to want it, so I will share it. I think Andy has maybe talked about it in his last one. Okay, this one's called Ready for a Bounce. And all it's doing is finding beaten up stocks that are spiking above their declining 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart there. There's another one doing it. Big days down, got above the declining 10 SMA. So if you're a bottom picker and you're comfortable bottom fishing, and you know that you can take a position, but you can easily define where your out is, the current low, you can get rewarded on some bounce plays with this type of a scan. So Felix, 3:30 p.m. Eastern, this same link, this same live stream is going to be taken over by Chris Varley at 3:30 Eastern. He'll go for an hour, and you can come by every day at 12 Eastern and 3:30 Eastern and catch one of us giving Barry a break and doing a much more hands-on support instruction on how to do configuration. So every single day, noon and 3:30 Eastern, I recommend coming by and just slowly building your learning curve on what it is you want to get out of trade ideas. Just bookmark this page, this particular YouTube stream. And once you've watched this live stream from our Trade Ideas YouTube, the YouTube algorithm knows that you like it. So when you pull up YouTube on your dashboard, it will pop up all the things that have been recently of interest to you, and you'll usually see Barry's face, Trade Ideas live stream, and you can just click that link every single time. But it's best to just save this link so you always know where to come. But I highly recommend taking advantage of those twice a day support sessions. Chris does it every day at 3:30 to 4. The 12 o'clock Eastern ones are done by a different person every day. And obviously, I do Wednesdays. $20-year bond auction up at the end of the hour, top of the hour. Well, I'm not a big bond knowledgeable guy, but all I know is that the bond prices are going lower. That means your mortgage and everything else is going higher. And they're probably going higher because the interest rates are maybe starting to get a little scared of inflation. Right now, as it is, you earn 1% in a 10-year treasury, but we've got 7% inflation, so you're still going backward to 6%. Not cool. You get a 3% pay raise, but you're still going backwards 4% under the current inflation model. All right, yeah, thanks, Debbie. Looks like we got all the questions hammered, so good. I'm going to go ahead and let Barry come back in, and I will look out for that email, Felix, and I'll do my best to get working on that. Just, again, be as detailed as you can, and we'll get you a good starting point. All right, good. I'm glad you got something out of it, Debbie. What? The AI just read this as brothers, bros, brothers. That's pretty funny. It's the Windows speech, text-to-speech application. So Windows text-to-speech pronounces bros as brothers. I love it. All right, Barry says he's back in. So I will turn off my stream and I'll see you guys next time. Thanks.
No, Andy, you're saying I am long MSFT and it is going to 350 and above in a few weeks, okay? We just don't talk like that in the room. I'm not trying to dump on you or anything, but that's, maybe in your opinion that's going to happen, but nobody knows. New people can read that, all right, and say, oh, this guy sounds like he knows what he's talking about. They buy Microsoft and it doesn't go to 350 like you think it will. I mean, it may happen, but we just don't talk. That's a little too promotional in this room. That's all. Yeah, listen, it may happen. It may happen. Don't get me wrong. It may happen. But we just don't quite, we don't talk like that in this room. That's all. I hope for your sake it does. You're in it. That's great. Tesla, take a look at Tesla. TSLA. No. The definition. I mean, listen. I mean, this could be resting here and it could pop out, but that's not the. If you look at AMD, it's different. I mean, it's a different. It's a different setup. That is what we call a red bar ignored. Technically, it is not because the high of that candle, which is 131.05, is above the high of that previous green candle, but it's so close. So, I mean, the pure definition would be that red candle would have to be totally engulfed by the previous green candle. And then the next candle is green, and the trend kind of continues. Well, MTTR, still have my eye on it to see if it breaks through 12. I'm gonna stick an alert down here around 1198 for MTTR. It's an all-time low, of course. All right, DWAC is kind of resting here, guys. I think like an 83.50 break could get it rolling. I mean, it still has to take out those highs above it, but it could get it rolling. All right, guys, I'm just looking at a couple of my thumbnail or a few of my thumbnail charts. Don't see anything too exciting right now. Wimmy, let's take a look at Wimmy. Haven't seen this one for a while. It used to be super active, but I haven't seen this one in quite a while. Yeah, I mean, it's having a day, but why? You can see, I mean, this is a huge area of, in my opinion anyway, huge area of resistance. Right around that 3 level. What did it get to today? It got up to 308, and the high right there is 319, and 319, 315. All this right here, that kind of blocked it today, so far anyway. Meanwhile, these silver and gold plays will not quit. I mean, they just will not quit. I mean, look at these charts. I mean, 5-minute chart for this one, WPM. All that's happened, one little rest on the 15. Look at the 5-minute chart. A little rest here, maybe a little rest here. Even the 2-minute chart, little bit of a pullback here, a little bit one here, but certainly nothing dramatic. Unbelievable. I mean, they're just surging. All right, guys, DWAC on the move here. DWAC on the move. Well, we kind of got our answer about BBIG. Last we looked, we were wondering, would it hold the 200-day moving average? There it is, 409. What did it get to? Got to 416 on the low of today. So just, that little area of the 200-day. So so that 200-day moving average basically held it for a while anyway. Now this one is heading down. SLM, big down day for it. So going kind of against the market. There's the 200-day for it around 19. Will that hold it? Will SLM hold it? I'm sorry, will that 200-day hold SLM? Matterport. Sorry, Matterport. Again, this is one of those meta stocks, I guess. Meta stocks. That 12 is in danger. You know, guys, I honestly can't remember a day in which a sector was so strong for so long. I mean, we get days in which, pick a sector, crypto, EV, whatever you want to, you'll get stocks that are moving, but eventually they kind of fall. I'm not saying that. I mean, we still. What time is it? 1:12. I mean, we still have 3 hours or so before the market closes, but this has been astonishing. We see individual stocks, but I mean, virtually every single stock in the sector, is doing this. To me, that's the amazing thing, is that this has been a sector run that has not given up really at all during the day. No, I've never seen the matter. I know nothing about. I mean, I know I can read what they do, but no, nothing. I like my own reality. See, there's a pretty good break here, guys. I mean, on that, Dak is talking about GMDA. There's a pretty good break. I would call this choppy consolidation, but a little bit of a volume burst. And it basically just got to that high and stopped. High is 284. Today it got up to 283. It just stopped. If it can take that out somehow, then you start looking over here at 338. All right, AGL. I think this is one that was interesting yesterday. AGL, all-time low, another all-time low for AGL. I mean, this has just been steadily down for 5 days now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 days from 23 to 17. It needs a ton of volume. I mean, DWAC needs some volume to come in, just kind of like yesterday. It reminds me of a little bit like yesterday. once it took out this 83 right there, on that volume, it just had that huge run by the end of the day. I mean, so it's kind of the same, just hanging around this area, but it needs some volume. It needs this sort of a volume burst to start happening right here. I've got an explosion as my sound for that breaking out in volume. And it's been exploding all day long, just with gold and silver, especially gold. And there's the ego here, guys. So can it take out 10? This is in the simulator, okay? This is in the simulator. So for instance, if you took a gold stock today and you thought gold was going to continue, you could always hold. You can practice swing trading using our simulator. Just don't get out of the trade at the end of the day. Getting out of a trade is easy. You just click the flatten button. You just highlight the trade, click flatten. You can get out of half your trade, or you can double your position. What's this? Oh, it's a huge, big float for Sophie. 500 million shares in the float. Okay, so Mike, one of the things you may have done, check this out. If you look, the option Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing, in between there's a sound toggle. Okay, it's possible you have clicked on that and that turns all the sounds off. I don't know if you can see my screen, but right now there's a diagonal line through it that turns all the sounds off. So you may have accidentally done that. So check that first. It's typically the reason if they all stop working and they have worked before. So you see what I did? That little sound icon. Is this a toggle? There you go. All right, guys. Well, key level for DWAC trying. I'm definitely interested in taking this if it gets, to that 83.50, 84 level. But it's just sort of weakening just a little bit here. Because you never know, out of nowhere, a whole ton of volume can come in. And remember, this hit 95, I think, in the pre-market. So that's. I'm just looking at it as a trade. 94, all the way up to 94. Felix, did Steve help you? I don't know if you can hear me. Well, just kind of snoozing here. Look what the market's doing. So the market is just kind of basing right here for the last hour and 15 minutes. No big move up or down. I didn't even see that GMDA was actually an AI alert also. Meanwhile, GDXJ just made another new high. Can't chase it. I just cannot chase it. There's the 200-day up here for it. That's $45, $2 away from the 200-day moving average. All right, guys. Well, listen, I'm not getting too many new alerts. I'm just kind of biding my time right now. Today is my long day, the webinar that I do help out on at 3 o'clock with Dan and Brad. Yeah, excuse me. Sorry, DWAC. It's didn't give me what I was looking for. Yeah, look at this. Well, that's why you wait, or that's why I wait anyway. Did not trigger for me. You can see these blue lines up here. I was waiting for that first blue line to trigger. Didn't happen. That's just a price alert, simple price alert. Didn't happen. Kept me out of the trade. But later on, you never know. These alerts are still here. Aha. So this NSTS is so kind of interesting. If it gets some volume, this is this IPO from today. Very low number of shares issued. The IPO price was 10. Okay, and it's doing nothing right now, but I have an alert set at the high here. Takes it out. I may take that trade. Not really, Globe. Really, no. I mean, in theory there is, but you wouldn't like it. So I'm going to say no. Okay. You're talking like text or you're talking like that, right? You're not talking about. Yeah, no, it's been worked on, but it's been worked on for a long time now. I don't know what the problem is exactly, but Oof, no kidding. This is ramping, and this is shortable. Shortable for me. 54,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. What is happening here? Yeah, no, no. In theory, yes. In practice, no. How's that? I don't know. I mean, the shorts are readily available. Oh, I do see that. 121.76. Yeah, I see that. Never really paid too much attention to anything like that, but I don't think I've seen a number like that when shorts are available. Yeah, I don't. I mean, this is semantics, okay? I typically don't set a profit target. What I do is this. I mean, but I suppose you could call it a profit target. Um, if I were in this, well, first of all, there's the high of the day right there, okay? So, I mean, if I got into this trade right now, at this very second, I'd be looking at that high of the day as probably a stalling feature, okay, or a stalling price. Um, if I were in this trade up here, first of all, like a GMVD, it is, and I don't know if this was actually an IPO or a SPAC, but let's take another something else. Well, let's pretend this was an IPO. Then obviously there's no resistance. Okay, there's no resistance. If I took this trade right up here, there's no chart resistance. So consequently, when I look left, I don't see anything. Now, would I take the trade right up here? Not on an accelerated mode, but if it were basing, and then it had some volume, sure, I'd take the trade. But I wouldn't be, my profit target, would have no idea. It'd be sort of because most of the time I'm looking left on a weekly, daily, monthly chart, and I'm checking to see where the next left is, or the next left, the next high is. That's not necessarily a profit target, but I mean, I'm aware of that area because that's where it could stall. I mean, I don't, but there are people that use fibs, fib extensions, and Well, again, some may look at resistance levels. So, I mean, in other words, if you had a 20-cent stop on that one, first of all, if you take a trade, you should always, in my opinion anyway, excuse me, be striving for at least a 1 for 2, if not a 1 for 3 risk reward. So if you have a 20-cent stop, then you have to look at a chart and look at it and say, okay, do I have a reasonable expectation of making 40 cents on this trade before it hits any sort of resistance? Okay, that's what I do. So that's the first RR, the 1 for 2, and then you can start tacking them on. Another 20 cents, another 20 cents, 1 for 3, 1 for 4, 1 for 5, etc. And you can start looking at those levels. I mean, that's one way to do it. Another way, as I said before, and I don't use them, but some use fib extensions. But the very, very, very first thing that I look at is if I've got a 20-cent stop, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making 40 cents on the trade, or else I won't take it. I'm not going to risk 20 cents to make 10 cents. Now, sometimes do I take myself out of a trade if I've only made 10 cents and I've risked 20? Yeah, because I don't like the way it's trading. But it's not because that's why I got into it in the first place. Well, okay, let's say I got into this trade right here, or right there, the Matterport. Maybe let's just say I took this trade right here at 12.27, okay? And I was hoping it would, hoping in that my first risk reward, 1 for 2 was up here. I'm just, let's just pretend. So I get into the trade here. It's moving, it's moving, it's moving, and then all of a sudden I see this. I go, I don't like the way it's trading, so I get out. It's a sense, it's a feel. As an example. I will rarely get out of a trade out of boredom though. So if I took this trade right here at $12 and it moved up to 12.05 and it sat there for an hour, I wouldn't get out of the trade. Okay? Now, if I took the trade at 12 and my stop was say 11.80, but it moved down to 11.95 and it sat there and it sat there and it sat there, I'd probably get out of the trade. Could always get back in if I wanted to. But I rarely will get out of a trade as long as I'm making money. I don't get out of a trade just because it's not moving, as long as I'm in the money. Because you never know, out of nowhere, volume can come in. And as long as you're, positive in the trade, I don't have a sense of urgency to get out of a trade. Oh, I always have a stop loss before I get into a trade. That's how share size. Maybe it's a good time just to go over that right now. Sorry, guys, for those who've heard this a million times. Let's say I want to take this rely trade right here, okay? I'm just going to use this as an example, okay? Before I take this trade, I know where my stop loss is, okay? And I'm just going to use this as an example. I'm going to buy 500 shares. I'm going to buy... And I don't know why the bid ask is not showing here, but it's, again, this is probably a bad example, but I'm just going to buy it. I just want to show you what I'm talking about. Okay, so it took 500 shares, okay, at 8.67, okay. Now, knowing that I was going to get this trade at 8.67, and I'm going to put my stop, Oh, I must have taken 300 shares. Just a minute. I'm going to get out of it. I want to take 500 just to make the math easy. Okay, so let's do it again. Thought I did that. Buy. I guess I didn't. 500 shares. I'm going to buy at the market. Does it have to do this again? Okay, now it'll make sense. Just trying to make the math simple, that's all. Okay, back in this trade. Entry was 872. I'm going to add the stop order in at 852, which happens to be 50 cents away. Not because every stop is 50 cents away, but remember, when I get into the trade, I know where my stop is. Okay? And that is going to share size me. You're going to say, well, how does that share size me? Notice it says minus 97.50, okay? Approximately minus 100. So, first thing is, when you take a trade, yes, you have to have a stop, but you also have to figure out, well, okay, if I lose on this trade, how much am I actually willing to risk on the trade in terms of dollars? Okay? So if you've got a $5,000 account, you probably shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. In the simulator, I always demonstrate risking $100 a trade. So that's why this says minus 97.50. Again, I would know when I get into this trade, I would know that my stop was at 852. Okay, I would know that. And that will share size me. How? Well, the difference between my entry, 970. Well, I blew this. I'm sorry, right here. My entry at 872, my stop, 852, that's 20 cents. If I divide 20 cents into $100 that I'm willing to risk, that gives me 500 shares. Okay? So it's not like I take the same number of shares every time. The number of shares I take is determined by my entry. The difference between my entry and my stop, I take that difference and I divide it into how much I'm willing to risk on the trade. And I'm always risking about the same amount per trade. Okay? So, so a little bit of math to do. Are you saying you can't manually add a stop price in E-Trade? I have no experience with E-Trade, okay? So you cannot manually. I'm surprised, but okay. I mean, listen, we go through, I don't care how many years the person's been trading Globe. We're always going to beat yourself up when you get out of a trade and it keeps moving higher, okay? And it's going to happen. The only thing I will say is to obey your stop, okay? I mean, sometimes it's really difficult. Yeah, I mean, we get a little bit jumpy. I mean, I know Real uses maybe an ADMA on a 5-minute chart or an 8-minute chart, as long as the price is, once he's in the trade, as long as it doesn't go below that he'll keep in the trade, things like that. You have to, a person has to practice. The only thing I preach is obeying your stop. When you get into trading, I usually do this around the spiel, but I just didn't do this time. But for the way I trade, I always have a checklist. I have a checklist, and if I can, and everything has to be checked before I will take a trade. Everything. Otherwise, I don't take the trade. Okay. Most of my checks are already embedded in the scans. In other words, I'm never going to have to worry about a price range. So you see what happened? Took me out of the trade. It went down to 852. Again, I was just showing you, how you can place a stop, and I was just going to go into obeying your stop. But So with the checklist, most of the things that I'm looking for are already included in my scan. In other words, I'm never going to see a stock outside of a price range that I want. I'm not going to see a stock that doesn't have enough volume. I'm never going to see a stock that doesn't have enough relative volume, things like that. Okay, so most of the things in my checklist are already covered in my scan. So then my next step, and then, this is where my experience, I guess, comes in. I click on the alert. I check to see how it's trading, how I feel it's trading. If it's making a high, which typically all these alerts are, look left. Does it have room on a daily and a monthly chart to keep going before it hits the next resistance? Now, just because it makes a new high, if we're straight up making a new high, I'm not going to take the trade. I'm not going to chase anything. But let's just say, for instance, this stock, starts to move up a little bit, bases a little bit, and then boom, pops through that high. And if I looked left and I liked what I saw, I could take the trade. Okay, I could take the trade. I also, will also be aware of what the market's doing. Most of the things that we see kind of trade on their own. I mean, this little stock, doesn't care what the rest of the market's doing, really. Okay, we're always kind of striving to find those alpha stocks, the ones that are trading on their own. Either for whatever reason, either it's an earnings play, or they had some news, or who knows, a bunch of people on the internet are pumping the stock. Who knows? This can't possibly fail. Not sure what you mean. The last chat at 9:59. Don't know what you mean exactly. There's no timestamping in our YouTube room. I know that, but don't know what you mean. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. And there you go, Zach. We remember that day. It was hard to watch and hear him. Zach is usually, not usually, I would say, other than that one mistake, and it was a big one. Didn't have a stop. The car short, way back here, I guess, and it cost him a huge amount. I cannot tell you. To obey your stop is tough sometimes because, with talking about the checklist, you can check everything, and it could be like, listen, obviously it's just like in poker. I mean, so some odds are better than others, right? So all of a sudden, yeah, you can check everything, but boy, this is, you could almost double check some of them, right? And so there are some setups that are, better than others, even if you can check all the boxes. And you cannot believe when your setup that you absolutely love doesn't work. And so you disobey your stop. It's that simple. You say, the heck with it, it's going to come back. And your 100 turns into $200, $300, $400, $500 or 300,000 in Zach's case. But seriously, I mean, that's what can happen. One of the worst things that can happen, though, is that you disobey your stop and then it does come back for you and then you're making money. And then you get a false sense of security. You think, I'm so glad I didn't obey my stop because I knew it would come back. I knew it would come back. Will that happen? Of course it will happen. It could happen a lot of times. But the time it doesn't happen can destroy your account. So anyway. Here's my spiel, guys. Yeah, I'm not sure how I can help you. This can't possibly fail at somebody in our YouTube room. This is not a super active trading room, okay? If you want to get into a more active room where they see my screen and they hear me, basically the same as YouTube, but this is way more active here. I think that's the issue. It's just not that active. But in the what I call the main trading room, which looks like this, okay, it's a lot more activity. That you are, Jay. Just give me a moment, guys. Give me a moment. Now I'm watching this DWAC intensely here. I'm waiting to see if it has an 82 break. Power hour in 8 minutes. Where do you live, Vancha? Typically, power hour is 3 o'clock Eastern time. If we want to label it, I think you got ahead of yourself. You know, this BBIG is still holding that 200-day moving average. I think it tested it again. It actually got a little bit below it. 399, the 200-day is 409, so a little bit below it, but it's still in that, and real well like this. The area of the 200-day moving average. The choppiness of it. Look at AMC, how choppy this one has been all day. Nice alert here from the AI, but you had to trade it. But look at this. I mean, the trend is up. Trend is up. Look at these higher lows right here. Andy, are you talking about BBIG? Yes, on the daily. I never look at any other time frame for the 200-day. That's me, and that's a simple SMA. But listen, Globe, it'll happen. There's no magic bullet about getting out at exactly the top, or something pulls back and you feel you've got to take take a lot out, and then all of a sudden it just shoots up the next second. Especially with these ones that are the cheaper low float ones that just really kind of have a life of their own sometimes. I would don't beat yourself up. Especially if you're new. All I'm really doing right now, guys, is waiting on that DWAC to see if it starts to move again. Audio is not off. At least it shouldn't be off. You guys can hear me, right? I have no... Yeah, so it must be you, Linda. Mr. Morris, STRN. Let's take a look at what it is doing. Boom! Wow. Look at that. I mean, look at the... Okay, here is your low float situation. 4 million in the float. 1.5 million in this candle alone. So it's traded 2.5 million shares. 1.5 is right here. So nothing was happening. Nothing was happening. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Until Mr. Morris said, you know what? I'm going to pump this thing. Kind of like this one. I mean, look at the 5 minute. There's the upper range of the Bollinger Band. There it is on the 2. Yeah, VVOS did not have really a chance. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, that 250 was a real block. Big, 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 big block. Well, yeah. If you're new to trading, I mean, I'm not new to trading, but I typically sit the first 15 out. You know, I mean, there's a reason for it. But if you're new to trading, you could even sit the first 30 out. Don't get, you know, I'm not talking to you specifically, Globe, but you know, you don't have to be so into getting into a trade right when the market opens, when it's at its most frantic. Oh, sure, it's a different beast, no doubt about it. Dak, you're a funny man. Okay, guys, again with the DWAC, I'll wait for my level. Didn't happen. No pain. You know, got this alert set right up here around 80, just around 82. Hasn't happened. No pain. So if this tanks to 60, doesn't matter. My pre-market actives down. Okay, they're just the ones in the pre-market that are down. That's, you know, and I sorted on how much they're down. So let me bring up, this is what I do in the pre-market. A little slow. I don't know why. All right, so this is what I use in the pre-market. So, you know, we start getting our data around 7 o'clock Eastern time, 4 o'clock my time. So anyway, the first thing I do is I got my pre-market actives up. I'm sorting on the change from the, this is still working, okay? But, you know, I'm watching this pre-market, of course. So the first thing that is probably the most obvious thing to do is to sort on the change from the close, just to see what stocks are up the most in the pre-market. All right. And then I do the same thing here. I change from the close, what stocks are down the most in the pre-market. So your eyes are immediately drawn to, you know, those are the ones that, in theory, once the market opens, could be the big movers of the day, as an example. Okay? Now, each one of these columns is sortable because, yes, good to see the ones that are up the most, ones that are down the most. But now, because, you know, there could be some stocks that are only, say, up 5% or 6%, and I'm not really seeing them. But if I can sort on, say, the float column. And if I sort on the float column, then I'm going to see the really low floaters that it might be doing something, okay? Because this will give me a different look. It's a different sort order. So maybe I'm not going to see the ones that are up the most, but I'll find unearth a little nugget that is a low float situation. That's got good volume. It's just that doesn't happen to be up, you know, 100, like 20 or 30%. So I will, you know, also the volume today. That's a great one to sort on. I don't use this once the market opens, but in the pre-market, the volume today percent is a great one to look at. So for instance, if I sort on this and I see something that says 50%, doesn't sound like much, right? Well, what that's telling me though is that it's done 50% in the pre-market of what it would normally do all day long. That could be pretty significant. Okay? So I use this, so these are, you know, the obvious one to sort on is the change from the close. And then that'll immediately draw your eyes. And then, you know, this is typically what I'm doing. I'm clicking on the alert, and then I'm checking my news. Okay, is there some news? Is there some reason some reason that this is doing what it's doing. You know, is it a little bio with some fluffy press release? Okay. Is it an earnings play? Is it something else? You know, I mean, so I'm always, you know, that's what I'm doing in the pre-market to get set. Now we're going to start in earnings. I mean, earnings will be in, we're going to get a lot of earnings plays starting next week. I mean, we're getting some now, but next week and, you know, for the following 3 to 4 weeks, we will have a lot of earnings plays. So we'll see a lot of stocks in the pre-market either gapping up or gapping down because of the reaction to earnings. So Eric, these are mine, which of course I'm sharing. Let me just get my... So all you have to do is go to my home page. Okay, so if you go to my home page, there's my link right there. Click on my link and you will see, this is what you'll see, okay? So here are my scans right here. Here are the scans. So what I was just showing you, click here. And this is, you know, I mean, I do have the gap up and gap down share. These are alerts, okay? So you'll actually hear, you know, these are real-time alerts with a post-market high or a pre-market high or a pre-market low. You know, I have this up, but this is typically what I'm really looking at, my pre-market actives up and down. It kind of gets me set up for what might happen during the day. No guarantees, of course. But, you know, as opposed to just turning on my system at, you know, 9:30 without any kind of basis behind what might be going on, you know, this is what I like to do. Well, try Real's Bollinger Band, you know, if the stock is bursting right through, or the 8 EMA on a, you know, 5-minute chart. There's that orange line is right there. I mean, that's why you've got to practice. One of the things that, you know, if you're practicing and you've got B plus up, you know, I've got this closed P&L, max P&L, and distance from exit price, okay? So this can give you, you know, this can give you a bit of an idea about how good are your exits, okay? So for instance, you see right there it says max P&L for this ego trade. Again, this is in the simulator. If this said $500, what that would mean is, you know, when I was in the trade still, the max I could have made would have been $500. Okay, that's what that is telling me. If I look over here, and now I'm only up $21. Okay, again, let's pretend that at one point I was up 500, and now I'm only up 21. Obviously, not good money management. Okay, so you get to a point, so now you can start to say, okay, I get to a certain level. Maybe I think it's coming into a resistance area, maybe a new high looking left on one of my time frames, something like that. So maybe I take some off, you know, a third off, 20% off, half off. I mean, that's just the practice of it all. And then, watch what I'm going to do. I'm going to flatten this trade. You know, it'll take me out of the trade. Okay, now, the distance from the exit price is something to keep an eye on. Because what this is going to tell you is if you went long a trade, something, if you went long and now you've sold it, what you want to see here now is a big negative number. That will tell you, oh great, where I got out, it's way below. Okay? You wouldn't want to see a big positive number. But again, this is just something that can give you a bit of a gauge on how good are your exits. Obviously the last price is 977. I exited at 977, so there's no distance from the exit price. Well, guys, look at the market. Remember, we were positive up here. We were positive right up here. Everything was positive. Let's take a look at the sectors just for fun. See if there's a massive change, especially to energy. Yeah, look at this. I mean, at the beginning of the day, energy, every stock was up from yesterday's close. Okay, every single stock. So even energy has given it up. There have been days in which, virtually every sector is down except energy is still up. There is not, other than utilities, which again is usually kind of a sign. These are the defensive type stocks. I don't mean defense stocks, but they have dividends and things like that. So you'll see a lot of sometimes XLU will perform well when the rest of the market doesn't appear to be. But right now, I mean, there's nothing. I mean, 60% healthcare. But look at financials. I mean, I think at the beginning of the day, I think financials were about 85%. Now look at this, only 20% are up from yesterday's close. So if you were going to get into a trade right now, and it was a stock that really had no news specific to it, no earnings, not an earnings release, no news release, maybe something that doesn't look like it's moving that much. If you're going to take an energy play right now, you're going against the trend. Right? If you're going to take a financial trade, anything in the financial sector right now, you're going against the trend. So, there's a way you can, if you want to, you can always have something like this open all day, just to keep an eye on what's happening. And I'm not talking about having to take one of these, say in the energy sector, but not every stock. This is XLE. These are the stocks that make it up. Obviously, not every single energy company is in this. But, just to take a glance at the sector and thinking, I'm going to take an energy play right now and look what the sector is doing. Not good. You just click on the XLE as an example. That didn't work. But you could type in XLE. And you just sort of see. So, we started off in the pre-market, everything was up. And the market opened, boom. So anyway, I mean, these are just things that come with, and also checking the SPY. If you want to take a long trade right now, like right now, with the SPY doing what it's doing, unless this stock is like that true alpha stock, completely and utterly trading on its own, not caring what the market's doing, you are going against the trend. All right, let's see if this STRN has any move down. I'm in this short now. So let's see if this has any movement down. A couple of topping tails here. Don't like that bottoming tail, but again, this is not a recommendation. Well, that's what I'm saying though, Globe. I mean, if a stock is trading on its own, like it's breaking out on its own, then, within reason, the sector doesn't matter, or what the market's doing doesn't matter when a stock is truly trading on its own. I mean, even a stock trading on its own, if the market keeps, moving down, 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 eventually, within reason, I say, eventually, those stocks are going to start falling too. All my opinion, of course. Just give me a moment, please. Yeah, this was just not shortable for us at Interactive Brokers, DDL. All right, one little area to clear for the STRN, that 464. And maybe we can get down to the 450s. And this is what I'm looking at here. See that low right there, the previous 15-minute candle? I don't know if it's going to take it out, but it's stalled right there. In your opinion, stock trader, in your opinion, okay? Now, Pixie's been on a lot of scanners through the 200-day right there. So you're long this one. So it says pre-market yesterday. That can't be right. I mean, the reason I say that, I mean, this looks like the reaction to earnings. I mean, did they release today? No, I see they did release yesterday, 118, so that's yesterday. Today's the 19th. Strange reaction today. I mean, I guess with all the other banks, how is Bank of America doing now? Yeah, so even it could not really hold its gains. I mean, it's still up a little bit, but not much. I mean, the banks have just been hit. I'm not in this Matterport. A little too choppy for me. See how it was just chopping around this 12 level? Up, down, up. Now, it looks like it really wants to move down here, but I just don't trust it. Yeah, famous last words. Watch this thing just absolutely tank now. MTTR, all-time low. It's not an all-time low. I mean, it was a SPAC before. Probably the SPAC was around 10. And so that's why it's showing that it's 5% above the all-time low. Even though when you look over here, it looks like this is when it went to public. It went public as MTTR here, but it was a SPAC before that. Now here's a bank, Regions Financial. So they released pre-market. I'm sorry, they released tomorrow, pre-market tomorrow. Again, this is a lot of the banks, big banks, and some of the regional banks. They released this week. So there's RF in anticipation of not good. I mean, why does anybody think this bank is going to buck the trend? Now, having said that, I don't hold anything through earnings, so I wouldn't be shorting this overnight. Thinking that okay, tomorrow they're going to release and it's going to be awful. I never hold through earnings. It held that area, that 200-day moving average area, BBIG. Very well. Look at it. I mean, very well. I mean, there it is, 409. It dipped a little bit below it, but I mean, that's in essence the area, and it held so far anyway. But a far cry from what it did after hours yesterday, $6. Wow, relentless now. 1, 2, 3, and big. There's an hour right there. A couple of big candles, especially that last one, continuing down. BNTC, big virus player. I'm sorry, I'm I was thinking of the big one, BNTX or whatever the big one is with Pfizer or Moderna. Can't remember anymore. BNTC, okay, some volume came in. Pound it down. What has Vine done for a while? Not much. I mean, it had that pop after hours. Try to find some news on it. I think somebody did post some news on it. Something that I don't see it in my headlines right now, but I think somebody posted why it did this. And that's after hours. That the Mauve area, that's our after hours yesterday. But look at the pre-market. I mean, it got up to 817, but it was very, very choppy, up and down, up and down. Now it's basing. Big time base right here. Sorry, did not say big time. Big base right here. So what happens? If we get volume, and I mean, when I say volume, I'm talking about like a bar that really stands out again. Because this could really pop this thing. Crazy low float. Well, as I've said many times, I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I mean, is that a hard and fast rule? No. But I mean, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. So, I mean, obviously things are moving like crazy in the first minute, 2, 3, 5 minutes. Of course, they're moving like crazy. You catch the right one, you're gold for the day. I just happened to me too many times that I'd be chasing something that looked excellent, even out of a good pattern, and then it would just fall back immediately. Out of the trade. Try the next one. Same thing. Out of the trade. Look, I have come to grips with the fact that something that runs right from the beginning of the day and doesn't look back either in the upside or the downside, and I miss it, I'm fine with that. You know, I say to myself, okay, I mean, sure, you catch the right one and it looks awesome. My problem is you can get chopped out so many times in the first 15 minutes. It just wasn't worth it for me. Nothing worse than starting off the day with a bad trade, and then you try to, I got to make it up, and then you make another bad trade. I'm not saying after 15 everything is rosy, but I can guarantee in the first 15 it's a lot rockier. So, oh, 5 plus hours after. I'm sorry, I thought you meant 5 minutes. Oh, all day. Something can happen out of nowhere, like this one, right? This one could happen out of nowhere. If all of a sudden it got some volume. In fact, that's what we used to see that a lot. When I used to have my basic new highs and lows up here instead of these ones, we would see stocks that really ripped higher, okay? And then they drop, and then they would do something like this for a long period of the day, and then all of a sudden, the buying enthusiasm would come back in out of nowhere. Now, that was a different market, I mean, I wouldn't, I don't know if, with the market doing what it's doing, even though this is a crazy little one and it shouldn't be affected by what the market's doing, but out of nowhere, yeah, I mean, some of these ones that were crazy in the first hour, and then they do nothing seemingly for hours, and again, out of nowhere, volume comes in. All right, Mr. RN is waiting to see if we would have this break into the 50s. So far, so good. This is what I'm short in. Okay, guys, take that off topic, right? You guys know that. Take that off topic. Remember, that's why we have the tabs, right? Stocks only right here. You want to talk about all the other stuff? Off topic. Please. And guys, don't forget about our price alerts. I mean, there's nothing fancy about it in terms of placing a price alert, but there's no excuse not to use our price alerts. It's very simple to do, and it can keep you out of trades. Unless you just set a price alert, and if you're not using our price alerts, click on New from our toolbar. Click on New. And then price alerts, okay? When you do that, if you've never used them before, this is what you'll see. I've got two. Okay, this is what you'll see. It'll be blank, of course. So what I do is I minimize the window. Why? Because let's say I'm going to set a price alert right here for DWAC. What is it, 79.32? So easy to do, you just move your mouse down to where you want it to be. Get that dotted line where you want it to be. You can right click. Now I can change this, of course. I can change this. But if I was happy where it was, I would just say save. I will change it. What is it, 79.54? Let me make it 79.50. See if I can get a trigger immediately. I don't have to put, I don't typically put notes other than if it's an IPO, which I went over yesterday, but I just save it and see how it pops up on my screen. Okay, hit the price alert, it popped up on my screen. And that's because I had it minimized. So you can't miss it. You can put a sound alert on it, just like any other, like an alert window, just follow this. Why? The only reason I do a sound alert is because sometimes I wander away from my computer, have my wireless headset on, so I know, I know what this sound is for my price alerts window, so I can come racing back in and just see what's going on. But what I'm really trying to get at is you set a price alert and then you just forget about it. So you don't have to worry about following it. You don't have to have a chart up and on it. You can just forget about it. And now, if when I get a price alert, it doesn't mean okay, I'm taking the trade immediately. I have to see, okay, I got the price alert. Am I for instance, what if I have my price alert right here, and this continues to sink, and all of a sudden, I get 5 15-minute candles straight up, and it takes it out. I'm not going to take the trade because it's extended. So even though I get a price alert, it doesn't mean I absolutely take the trade. But I do obviously want to know, at certain levels that a stock's at. AAA, hello. So again, use the price alerts. No, you can't. If you're talking about our price alerts, the price alerts are done right on a chart. Those price alerts. Custom formulas are filters, so they are not alerts. They are not alerts, if that makes sense. Okay. When you create a custom filter, a custom formula, it goes in as a filter. Yes, I mean there are some alerts that also have or some filters that also have an alert equivalent. Now, granted, I've never used this one, okay? But for instance, if I type in volume right now, okay, notice I've got a 1-minute volume spike right there. That is the alert, and then here, 1 minute volume, 1 minute percent. That's the filter version of it. So I haven't used this one. I may have tried it, years and years ago, but you can always try this. And then the ratio, you add the alert, and then you click. Now the ratio, if you click on this, let's see, there. If you left click on the icon, okay. Then you click on help. It'll tell you what the ratio is all about. Like a huge ratio means a big volume spike. Unit volume of shares. Okay, not as an alert. Okay, as a filter, yes. Not as a. But I mean, this is kind of close. I mean, you put a high enough ratio in, you're going to get some. Hopefully, you're going to get a big. Like a big number of shares that have traded. I would try it, put a big ratio in and just see what sort of alerts you're getting, and the volume. I mean, you can accompany it with the volume 1 minute filter. So, for instance, if you absolutely had to have something that was spiking 100,000 shares in 1 minute, then you could use the volume filter and then also use this with a high ratio, and maybe you get the alert at the same time. Does that make sense? So again, if you only wanted to see volume spikes, but minimum of 50,000 shares, okay, and then create that custom formula, and then try this alert and see what happens. You know, it'll be a minimum of 50,000 shares. It may be a heck of a lot more. Well, if that volume is varying, then yeah, there's nothing I can help you with. How do you move the windows from one screen to another? All right, well, that is docking without messing them up. Yeah, sort of like this. I've got some windows I've got here in some of my thumbnailed charts on another monitor. Whoa, don't do that. Okay, like that. Well, okay, I mean, you could create, how many monitors do you have? So if what you're trying to do is take all of these and move them to another monitor, as an example. First of all, why are you wanting to do this? Because I mean, I could do this right now. I've created 2 docks, okay? Though I could have created one giant dock with all of these in here. I've just decided to break it up. But I could have created one docked window with all of these in here, and then I could move them all at once. Typically, why people want to do this, though, is before we had docking, the typical reason why people wanted to do this is because, well, look, I've got 3 monitors. I've got these Trade Ideas windows on this monitor. I've got these Trade Ideas windows on another monitor. I've got, you know, these Trade Ideas windows on another monitor. Okay, and every morning I don't want to have to arrange all the windows every single day. So is that really your question? Like when you load Trade Ideas, you want the windows to be exactly where you've placed them on all your monitors, so you don't have to move them every day? Okay, so that's not your question. Okay, I'm just gonna show people because that is a question that we get asked a lot. So what I do tell people, take your toolbar, put it in your upper left-hand corner of what you'll designate as your main monitor. Arrange all of your Trade Ideas windows where you want them on all of your monitors. Okay, once you've done that, click on Tools, and then Options, and then Layouts. So Tools, Options, Layouts, and then check this open relative to main window and check it, and then save it. And remember, when you exit Trade Ideas, save your work. What that does for you is that when you load Trade Ideas tomorrow or whenever, you shut it down, then you load it, all your windows will be exactly where you want them to be. Okay, on your different monitors. So that's one way to do it. As far as docking is concerned, you can I'm going to send you to my home page. Okay, so if you click on my home page link and then go to the education section, click here. So right at the top, TI User Guide. Click on that. And now, docking. Okay, just scroll down till you see docking, and that explains how you dock windows. Okay? Now, if you have a problem after watching that, and I'm still here, I can go through it. But, probably best to look at the video that was done. The reason being is that I could tell you, but then you could forget, or what did he say, half an hour later, I can't remember. So now you've got that docking section that goes into it. You know where to look. All right, guys. Wow, 2:48 already. So I will keep the room open as always till 3:30. I'll put myself on mute at 3. I'll hop on the mic if necessary, though. And then one last talk about my homepage. Love my homepage. Yeah, the chart they're not ready yet, Rob. Hopefully in another build, they're still working on the charts on the race. The race is they're still working on it. You'll notice here that I don't know what version of Trade Ideas you have, but there is a channel that is devoted to it, but there's nothing in it yet. Okay, there's just nothing in it yet. Well, I mean you see this, but what they're trying to do is create a bunch of popular ones. So maybe next week. And I have that because I have a development version. All right, click on my link and this is what you'll see. Not that. Okay, so here's how you can take out a subscription. Use this promo code Barry4Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. 4 plans we have. Annual, monthly, premium, standard. Okay, these are the prices. 15% off the annual. The monthly is 15% off the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. The big difference, of course, is the AI. AI had some really good trades today. It managed the trades, but some really good trades on the short side. Even on the long side, I guess, but mainly on the short side. And this is free. You can sign up for the trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This is free, the stock of the day video that I do at noon Eastern. And again, this is free. Well, obviously, most of the education is geared towards using trade ideas, of course. So I went over the user guide. If you're brand new, I would take a look at this first, though, the introductory lessons. Goes over what is a top list, build a top list, alert windows. Goes down to here, the price alerts that I was talking about that you can set on the charts. The AI that we nicknamed Holly and Brokerage Plus, this blue window here. So this is all the basic features explained. Then daily support. I take a break at noon between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And then Chris is there every day. Well, not every day, Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30 Eastern Time. So when I shut the main room down, you can head over to the YouTube room if you want to. If you haven't had enough of trading and discussing stocks and trade ideas. Daily webinars. So this is the one I attend, help out on, the Wednesday one. We're on this week it's a Monday, Wednesday. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And then back to basics. What is a stock? Free series. Michael Noss at Trader Day has put it together. Highly encourage you to watch this if you're brand new to trading. And then, of course, if you have a subscription, my scans, the scans that I'm sharing, are all right here. So, lots of information, these two sections. Save my link, then you can look at those two sections anytime you want. Now, I don't think the back testing works in the pre-market at all, Terry. Well, and 4 a.m., yeah, 4 a.m., you're right. That's when it starts, so 4 a.m. Pacific time. But back testing in the pre-market, I don't believe works at all. Back testing is only so-called market hours, 9:30 to 4. All right, guys, I'm out of the STRN. Not bad. Didn't turn out too badly. I was hoping it might get into the 40s. Didn't quite get there, but out of that short, it's kind of the end of the day. Here got down to 55. I was thinking, could it possibly get down to that low here, that candle? Yeah, the alerts work at 4 a.m. Yes, these work real time. You just have to have a pre-market high. This is what I do. The gap up and gap down shared. These will all give you real-time alerts. I mean, it's basically these two, except I just stop it at 9:30. 6:30 Eastern or Pacific time. But all you have to do is have the post-market, pre-market highs, okay? To get a real-time alert, pre-market highs, pre-market lows here. And those are real-time. You're lucky, Dak. All right, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement in. I will be here till 3 on the mic, but after that, I'll put myself on mute. Again, if there are questions, I will pop in. I really don't leave. Just gives my voice a bit of a rest. And when I come back, when I shut the room down at 3:30, I'll put the YouTube link in if you want to head over to listen to Chris between 3:30 and 4:30. Yes, I think you're 8 hours ahead of me, Jay. So what's that? About 11 o'clock. Of course, I have to factor in daylight savings time, or you're either 7 or 8 hours. Okay. Oh, I thought you were further ahead for some reason. Only 5 hours, really. All right, guys. Any last minute questions? Yeah, let me just do a quick check to see how many companies are releasing next week. Just give you an idea about the ramping up that's going to be happening, and that'll be over the next really about 3 to 4 weeks. We'll get a ton of earnings plays, and I'm not talking about the big guys. I could care less about the Apples and the Microsofts and Googles and Amazon. I don't, I personally don't care. I mean, I'm not saying nobody should care, but it's the other ones that are. So, for instance, this week we've got about 100 companies releasing earnings. Okay, this week. Next week we've got 280. So we're going from 100 to 280. And then it'll just keep ramping up for the next probably 3 to 4 weeks. 1 week we'll probably have about 800 to 1,000. And what's cool is you get some of these companies that don't have a lot of attention, but the day they have earnings is when they go crazy, either up or down. And that's why I like it. All right, guys, I'll put myself on mute now. And again, I am here, but I'll just put myself on mute and see what happens for the next half hour.
Alrighty, everybody, let's see. We have a solid video transfer. Check my audio. Let's see. Audio is good. Video is good. Alright, everybody, 3:30, 3:31 now. Trade Ideas live late day Q&A here for me, Chris Varley. Wind out the last 28 minutes and change of the market today and into the first half hour of the post market. Just coming again on Wednesdays, we're doing Twitter Spaces for those of you that are into that sort of thing. And some good chatter in there about some different stocks that were moving on the day today. Some different ideas of how to catch those. So, every day there are things that are moving up and down, and even in this chop of a slot market, how do we find those things? That's, I'm here to help you answer questions like that. So please, anybody with any kind of questions, fire away. I don't come with any pre-done content in this. It's all here for you guys to drive that content. So I say slop and chop of the market. Let's bring up a few charts to look at the overall market here. Your SPY, we're blowing through the lows of the day now. There was the previous low of the day, and then we took it out here, and now we're making lower lows. It's if you're a bear, you're loving this. I won't lie, I'm mostly towards the cash side of things, so a nice dip. I'm all right with that. I don't, but let me message Sean. And see what he comes back with for me here. GMVD. All right. I'd made short mention. I joined the spaces a little late on Wednesdays. I can't be there right when they start at 3. But I'd mentioned that a way someone might have caught it, one of the filters you want to look at is maybe a change in filter with percent. 15-minute or 5-minute one probably would have caught that. What was GMVD, right? GMVD. Yeah. So, you had a pretty good change in here during that period. And obviously, nope, not there because you became range bound there. But then here in this next period, another good change percent wise. All through here, you'd have been able to pick that up. So let's see what we can come up with here real fast. Let's go with an alert window. I'm going to start with a new high, even though I've leaned away from that recently. And let's go with the Alright, and he's going to send that over to me. Alright, so here he's coming in with that, and then we'll build something for fun here while there's not a whole lot coming in. Copy link. There we go. So this is a change from open. That's what he was using. That's when he said he caught it with. So, all right, so we've got that. Let's see here. So, mess around with this scan here. We'll go a minimum price of 2, and let's go max. And well, we want to find stocks that are on the move. Let's go with this solid relative volume here. Let's go with 3. And we want to find real liquid stuff. So 5, 1, 2, 3, 250,000 on minimum shares traded. You got it, my friend. And let's see a change. Let's go with change 15-minute percent. Let's add that. Let's see a 1 there. I feel like this is still going to give us a lot of stocks, but let's see what it returns, and we'll kind of go from there. Not too many actually. No alerts since 3:20 my time on there. Let's go back on the history and see what we got, and see when we would have picked up GMVD. Or if we would have picked it up at all. There we go. It's coming in hard for a minute there. Got it a lot. Be remiss not to mention silver's move today. And gold. Let's see here. I'm going to go a little further back in the history. And again, if anybody has questions, I'm just messing around with the scan here, seeing how early we might have been able to catch GMVD and what other stocks might have come through as well. DMVD, GMVD is what we're looking at. Are you confusing the two, or is DMVD actually something? Yeah, GMVD. So let's see here. So we don't get it early. I'm trying to look for it long, GMVD, see how early we can catch it. It's probably one of the most talked about stocks of the day. So, figure take a look and see what, what we could come up with here that might catch it. No worries. GMDA. What did that end up doing? Interesting. It's an AI alert. Still struggling with the VWAP scanner. What are you looking for in the VWAP scanner again there? Yes, please. So here we get it on this pop here, but we've had a pullback there. Let's see if we can get it where we get it later in the day. And we're getting it there. All right, now let's see if we can find it. All right, with the new high alert, we wouldn't get it till here just before noon, actually. So let's fast forward. All right, and is it a long scan? I can click the right things here. So when do we take out the high of the day? So we don't take out that high of the day till after around 11:30. And that's when the big move starts to get made. So right there we catch it at 11:33 right there. And catch that pretty early, but there's a lot of other stuff that's coming in here too. Let's see, silver. Catch that nice and early. Gold fields, right? Yep. Not too shabby. Okay, so like one of the things is, comparing candles. That's where you're going to run into trouble, trying to find a larger candle. We just can't compare candles, unfortunately. But if you email the scan in, and we'll take a look at it and see if we have any thoughts for you. Email it into info@tradeideas.com, and we could take a look at it that way. So quite a few alerts coming in here. Now I want to duplicate this. I want to see something here. I want to see if we could have caught this earlier, but when it was kind of consolidating. Yeah, you're welcome. Let's come back to search, and let's see, opening range breakout. Let's see, let's get a I'm curious. What's this gonna look like? It ain't gonna look like much. However, nope, this wasn't catching it any earlier either, because this initial pop, that's what's gonna hold us back here, because you get that big run up right there, and we don't take that big run up out till 11:30, essentially. Low float triple leverage gold. That sounds like danger to me. Do you remember the ticker? Can we take a look at the chart? Let's see, what else can we try instead of that? Consolidation. Crossed above. Channel breakout. Let's try this here. Even less here. Ouch. Well, your parents must have had it in for you naming you Danger. I didn't get nearly cool as a middle name. I just got Thomas as a middle name. Pretty sure my parents hated me, though. I kid. It was funny. I was in that Twitter Spaces, and I didn't have much time in there, unfortunately. But I wanted to throw out that silver's having a day today, and I keep saying, at some point, gold and silver have to turn around, right? I mean, they don't have to, obviously, but you would think they would. Let's see, cross resistance. See if that one gets us something better here. History today. So what do you say, GDXU? So, but gold and silver just they're having a day. It's their day today, while the market itself is ain't looking too healthy. Yeah, it's a nice move. So your silver miners and GDX, that's your traditional silver, or excuse me, gold miners is your traditional gold miners here. So this is having a pretty solid move in itself. If we let's pull out a weekly chart on this, just some thoughts here. I mean, for anybody that's into the precious metals world. The last couple of times we've come down to these levels, we've rallied. Bigger rally here, obviously. Smaller rally. This remains to be determined. But not to beat up on it or anything, but overall, every one of these rallies is shorter lived with harder selling each time, and marked by the volume that starts to come in afterwards. So, we'll see. GLD. Now let's look at it on this way. So now this looks a little nicer than the miners do, because now you're starting to look at higher lows actually. Not by much, but they're wedging like this now. Just kind of what my eye sees right away right there. So, well, as the saying goes, we're at an inflection point for sure. It's going to have to resolve itself, and I don't think it's any happy accident that we've stalled into this level right here as far as gold goes. How do you change the ticker there, Peter? Just click on the chart. Here, watch. Just hover your mouse, click on it, and start typing, and then press enter, and that'll get you whatever you want. Oh yeah, absolutely. They're made for day traders. They're total trading vehicle. I feel that way about a lot of stocks, to be honest, that they're a total trading vehicle. Same thing with like the VXX, for example. All right, now let's see. I was hoping to try to catch that earlier, but all right, here we go. Here we go. We're catching it pretty early right here. Catching it real early right here. So that's interesting. This is why I like that breaking out of resistance alert versus the new highs. Because here, with the new highs, you took the new high alert here, you're a bag holder up until you get to here, and that's not very much fun, especially when you're day trading, all right? But if you decided not to take it here, you're not going to get another new high alert until this candle here. That's just how it's going to go. So, just kind of my thoughts on why I like this alert better. And as I've said many times, when I was, trying to trade new highs on the day, it was very often that I was catching one of the last new highs of the day, and then, that was the end. and then it was exiting a position at not such a great price. So that's why I've leaned away from those. Mike C, thank you for the kind words as always. How are you, buddy? So anyways, this is interesting here. Early on you're going to catch a lot more alerts than I think later in the day or midday, and then I think at the end of the day they'll start kind of pouring in again. I think that's kind of how this will more or less go, but that's interesting. Let's see if there's anything else in here that we want to mess around with. So what are we doing here again? We got real simple filters. Relative volume, strong volume. Okay, well, okay's better than bad, not as good as good. Perhaps those soggy winter blues are setting in. I know I've had some here myself. Today was a nice bright sunshine day. I was happy to get outside for about 10 minutes to pick up the kid from school. So I don't know. I kind of like the way this looks. I just feel like maybe there's something else we can add here. On my PC, I don't have that toolbar. This isn't a toolbar. This is just a writing tool that I downloaded. It's free. It's called Epic Pen, I think. Is that what you're talking about there, Peter? Yeah, Epic Pen. You looked at Google this. That's just a free writing tool. But as far as changing the charts, Peter, just click on the chart and start typing, and that'll get you a chart change. I don't know. Is there anything else we want to add to this? Or are we going to leave it just the way it is? I mean, I don't know how this is going to look, in the future. I was just trying to mess around to see if we could catch GMVD before a new high of the day when it was looking kind of strong on the chart. You can really look at the rest of the alerts in here. I suppose we should probably do that, huh? Give us a better sample size considering the day that we had. So let's see. Open. It's out. Oh, no, I thought it was going to be a media company. So, nope. I mean, it goes on to make a bit of a move later, but not terrible, not great. Oof, that is one ugly looking chart. Good Lord. That's just pain. I'm looking at a weekly chart too. I wonder what it looks like on a daily now. That is no better. My goodness. Imagine holding shares through all that. Alright, we'll continue along. See, we got 296. So, not really actionable. Talk about a horseshoe down. Nope. Fray. Alright, that's an alright alert. Not too shabby. Percentage-wise, I mean, holding through this sideways action, that's actually a pretty decent alert. Ah, yes, dusty nuggets. So, nope, no good there. Goldfields, this is probably going to be an alright alert considering the day that gold had RSI. Rush Street, woof. Another awful looking chart. That's enough of that. Yeah, some okay ones, some not okay ones here. A lot of these are really beaten up charts that it's finding. So here's a real early one. No, this is real early and actually ends up working out really well. Yeah, I'll go ahead and share this out as is. There's some winners and some losers in here. I think time will tell over a few days, whether this alert is actually worth anything or not. But I was just, doing an exercise here to see how soon we could have caught GMDA. So let's give it a name. I don't know, what do we call this? Up 15 minutes, breaking resistance. And so anybody that wants it, here you go. And off it goes. Let's get rid of those. Let's get rid of that. In a couple of minutes at 4 o'clock, I'll be back and forth between muting and unmuting myself. We have a support team meeting today at 4 o'clock, our first one of the new year. So, as long as you guys are keeping the questions coming, I'll come in, unmute, answer those questions, demonstrate anything. But I'll be back and forth between mute and unmute if I have to discuss anything in there. If I have to be lectured for any of my shortcomings. Woof! I'll tell you what, though. Gold sells off tomorrow. You are right, Terry. That's It's a good trading vehicle to be in, and a little slower moving considered it's 2x leverage instead of 3x leverage. So not my personal cup of tea. However, great trading vehicle as you mentioned before, 100%. So I keep going back to this one here. Last week I was put on the spot. Was it last week? The week before? I can't even remember. No, it was last week. I was put on the spot to come up with a short idea, and SFM was it. And so far, it's been all right. I would have been all right in it. Just felt it was really extended. Shorting is not my game, but no, it had to be 2 weeks ago. I think I said short here. Then it did this, and I was like, yes. And then it did that, and I'm like, no. And then it did this, and it was all right. But all those moving averages now caught it, so we'll see. Holding up pretty strong considering what this market's been doing, to be honest with you. Dust. Let's look at that again. DUST. I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility, all things considered. Especially when you're going to look, so we're going kind of the index of this here. So those moves are mirroring each other, and this could easily give that up, which would mean that would make that corresponding move. I would just be careful because when you start to talk about whole numbers, 20 is a psychological level. So if it was something that you were playing, I would just say, be prepared for 20 to be trouble. And apparently the Qs are making a date with the 200-day average. I don't really use much in the way of moving averages. I don't care for them anymore. I like cleaner charts, and that's a chart that's in pain right now, and that happened quick. That's for sure. That's fast. This is kind of textbook Dow theory right here, though. We had this range of accumulation, all right, the move up, distribution, and the move down. That's Dow theory to a T right there. Wow, Steve says 2 years for the Qs to touch the 200. I guess I'm going to have to put a 200 SMA on here. I got to look at that. Indicators. Moving average, 200. Let's give you some kind of color I can recognize. Let's go with a bright green-ish kind of color. Is that going to work? Wow. Look at that. That is incredible. Okay, so it touched COVID. That doesn't count. I'm just teasing. That seems like a big deal, I guess. Scroll back here. So we touch COVID. We get close a bunch in here, but it never touches. No, yeah, so going back to October 2019, it looks like COVID and then October 2019 for the Qs to meet the 200. Ain't that something? I mean, on the grand scale of things here, like a rocket out of COVID. We came back and touched this level, that'd be healthy, I'd say. Again, I'm sorry for anybody that's, funds and things like that get hurt, but realistically speaking, uh, it seems very reasonable. So, all right, if fire away questions, just put myself on mute for a moment here. All right, I'm back. So I'll mute over there and listen into any berating I have to take or anything important new that's happening. So, all right, very interesting stuff. What was this close on the SPY? Not the soy, the SPY. Stay away from soy. The 200-day SMA this year. So this is it right here. Their perfect circle. It was it's touching here. It's just off it now. The last time it touched was coming through the COVID crash, and before that it was October 2019 was the last time it touched. So pretty significant, I'd say. I guess. Like I said, I don't really look at the 200 moving average, and I don't need it. I didn't need it to look at the Q chart and say that's pain. No, very reasonable there, Terry. Your Pelotons, your Zooms. Um, I don't know who else having a brain fart, and I'm listening to three conversations at once. It's kind of distracting me. Let's see if I lower this volume here so I don't have to listen to all of them at the same time. Um, I'm trying to think who else. The other thing too is I'll bet the semiconductors are not looking too healthy. Yep. So semiconductors got ugly real fast. Last week I thought to myself, all right, we've got this kind of whoops. Look at that, I thought, look at this, all right, maybe we're ready to take this out up here, coming back on this, and not so much. So, that's gonna be a big deal for the Qs. So yeah, a lot of sideways action here, and now giving that up. So very interesting stuff. But nope, it's a good school of thought. But look at this here. Like I said, the tale of two markets: bear market tech or bear market and the high betas and the growth, and bull market in value and the low betas. And here we go. Look at that RSP. That's still looking pretty overall all right to me. Now let's put up a SPY. We're market cap weighted here. So there we are. So, all right, dive around a few of these here. Andy told me, or told us today, he put on a trade in the K-Web today. So, we'll see. Talk about, pain has to stop at some point. I don't know if that's really a bottom. What else do we want to look at here? We talked about this yesterday here, the fear index. Um, let's see there. We'll see what that means for tomorrow. Interesting stuff here. Still doesn't, it just doesn't feel like a lot of fear. It's spiked into the close here, but, run up and just kind of pull back and really, kind of a couple of days of more sideways and broke out of it today. So we'll see. Can this hold up above that? And that's kind of what I'm looking at now for fear index. And again, kind of open forum. I'm in between listening to a few conversations for a support meeting here, so I'm a little less talkative than I normally would be. So if you folks, anybody that's in here has questions, please fire those away from me. It'll help engage me more here. Just kind of looking at some sectors right now and where are we heading? Um, I mean, this is, I think, what generally people are using, Terry, for the VIX. I'm sure there's something else too. This is the one that I look at that I keep on my sectors list that all of a sudden decided to disappear for some random reason. I was looking at the emerging markets before, and emerging markets were trying to make a move, but China was holding them back. Now China's making a move again. So we'll see how that plays out with the E. So this is what I was talking about here. Nice move up. This is kind of fading, and now China's playing ball. So we'll see. We'll see. It's just not been a store value. That's for sure. So we'll see. That's a big level there. So sorry, went mute for a second. There's some updates that are coming out that we're going to be testing for the charts. And if I hear anything interesting, I'm going to let you folks know in a moment. I'm just taking a look here at LIT. Huge level right there. Nothing too much. A couple of updates that'll be coming with Brokerage Plus on the order entry panel. I'm not happy about, and I'm not being met with much enthusiasm, and I don't think any of the other traders are happy about it. But there's one person that's going to insist on the changes, unfortunately. But this is changing all this, and I'm trying to convey that I don't think that some of the changes our users are going to like very much because it's going to change the order of operations of things, but it's falling on deaf ears. So anyways, I'm making my campaign there, and then just continue to talk about hopefully within the next, I won't even say a time frame, but hopefully in the next little bit here, our charts are going to go from an 8-second refresh to essentially tick by tick charts. So that's kind of really it right now. So I was talking for a few minutes, basically campaigning that I don't like this. I've used Brokerage Plus as long as basically anybody has used it, and I won't use the new panel. And I've gone as far to say as I'll actually switch back to Thinkorswim from IB if they change it, because I have a better system for trading than in. So, anyways, that's really it. Some internal beefing, not really, but so that's all I got. That's all that's really new there. I'm trying to be a voice for the people that actually use Brokerage Plus. I'm taking a look at uranium here. Uranium's looking weak too. Could be a flag here in consumer staples. To basically tick by tick, Terry. So I don't like to, you know, someone threw out a timeline on there, but I'm not going to buy it because the last 400 times that someone's put a timeline for things here, they haven't come through at all. So I dare not say that, but it's essentially pulling things from a last bid ask essentially and implementing it into the charts, and it'll reduce it to somewhere around half a second. So essentially it's tick by tick. Interesting. Even the utilities aren't looking great right through here. Oop, not a great line, but I think we get the point here. Interesting. Utilities are struggling. All right, back to the China big caps. We'll see. So, all right, I'm going to rabble here for everybody. We're kind of silent, and that's all I have to share with you from the big secret meeting. Um, so I'll wrap up. Anybody that's a latecomer or newcomer here, I do this. Today was a little different because I had, unfortunately, a meeting that kind of coincides with this time. But I do this as a live support every day. Whether you are or are not a Trade Ideas user, we could build a scan together. We go over compare count windows, charts, alerts, the AI. Anything is basically fair game. And Barry will open this channel every day at 9 o'clock Eastern in the morning. We do something similar at noon Eastern each afternoon as far as Q&As, and Barry takes it back at 1 o'clock carries the balance of the day right up until I take the reins at 3:30. So, I always tell people, we're here to help, we're here to answer questions. Even if you're not a user and you're just kind of kicking the tires and trying to figure out if Trade Ideas is the right software for you, all right? So if you were a latecomer today, come back tomorrow at 3:30. I will be here. We'll be doing this. You can come back earlier. This channel is open, not like I said, 9 o'clock in the morning with Barry. He's a little more trader focused than software focus. But if you're still just trying to get the handle of trading, there's none better to learn from than him. So, and he'll tell you he's not a teacher. He doesn't teach trading. But if you hang out in the room, you listen, you watch, you observe, you take some notes, you can't help but to have a little bit of that rub off on you. So, yes, Mike C, thanks for popping in. Appreciate it. Sorry, I was a little lackluster today compared to normal, trying to balance a couple things at once. Yeah, Terry, I'm on board with you. It's one of those, there's some spots where I rub kind of tough with some people internally, and the charts is one of them, and has been for a while. So, I'm told it's near there, but we've also been told that before. So, that's why I don't like to promise any kind of timetables, but hopefully they're right, and we'll see what happens. So, all right, again, anybody that had just joined, you come back tomorrow, 9 o'clock in the morning on the Eastern side, and we'll be back here doing this all over again. All right, thanks everybody, and have a wonderful rest of your night.